the European Network of Pediatric Research at the European Medicine Agency. Since the very beginning, TEDI operates to increase knowledge and awareness of young persons and main stakeholders on children's fundamental rights in the medical field and on issues related to health and research relevant for children, by contributing to public consultation on European relevant texts, developing recommendations and good practices, and by promoting information, training, and advisory initiatives, enhancing also a better involvement of children in decisions concerning their health. TEDI worked hard last year, and in terms of public consultation, we participate in many public consultation promoted by, for example, the European Medicine Agency, for example, on Rare Diseases Clinical Trials Network, or by the Italian Medicine Agency, in particular on guidelines on negotiation procedure for drug reimbursement. We also took part in the public consultation of the European Commission on the revision of the pediatric and OFA regulation. In particular, supporting the implementation of joint solutions to harmonize and optimize procedure, incentives, and rewards addressed to pediatric and orphan medicinal products, we underlined that the policy option should include adequate measures aimed at guaranteeing the implementation of the fundamental principle of the equality of treatment of all European Union patients, including pediatric and rare disease patients. We highlight that to foster research, it is necessary to address unsolved issues by specifically including and funding in all the European initiatives research on ethical, legal, and social issues covering both pediatric and rare diseases. We underlined also that research and initiatives on patients, parents' involvement and empowerment should be supported and funded. Finally, all the policy options should include measures and initiatives aimed at strengthening children's participation in decision-making process on matters regarding their health. The second step of the impact assessment and of the consultation is ongoing and will be presented by Dr. Fabio Daffi from the European Commission. With reference to the right of the children to participate in decisions regarding their health, over the time, this right has been recognized in international legislation and public policy reports, youth and health strategies, and position paper of scientific society. Children are right holders with a progressively evolving ability to make their own decisions that have to be taken in their best interest and according to their evolving capacity. This means that at different stages in their lives, children require different degrees of protection, provision, prevention, and participation. And this is one of the objectives also of TEDI activities. But this also means that children capable of forming an opinion have the rights to freely express their views, and that children's wishes should be considered very seriously, especially in the field of healthcare and biomedical research. To foster children's participation in decision-making process regarding their health, we are actively involved in the initiatives of the Council of Europe. As expert and consultant of the Council of Europe within the Strategic Action Plan on Human Rights and Technologies in Biomedicine, I submitted a concept note to the Committee on Bioethics of the Council of Europe. A survey has been developed and submitted by TEDI to the main stakeholders in relevant European pediatric initiatives. The survey aimed at collecting information on national provision, guidelines, and practices. With the colleagues of the Council of Europe, we also wrote an article summarizing these initiatives, article that has been published on the Lancet Child and Adolescent Health. The survey was very successful, also thanks, I have to say, to the engagement of TEDI network and team. We received 185 answers for 36 countries. I presented the results of the survey during the plenary session of the Committee on Bioethics and the Steering Committee for the Rights of the Child of the Council of Europe. Dr. Lawrence Wolf from the Council of Europe will present all the initiatives and the results of the survey. What I want to underline is that the results of this survey will help in outlining best standards and practices and determining roadmap for developing a guide for healthcare professional and patients, parents association that is expected in 2002. We will thus continue to work on this guide for until the next year. One of the objectives of TEDI is also to analyze children's diseases specificities and unmet needs with a multidisciplinary approach. In the perspective of the reform of the pediatric regulation, experts from TEDI recently published an article aimed at investigating the effect of pediatric regulation in terms of increased number of pediatric medicine. On the same topic, abstracts have been submitted within European and Italian conferences of scientific societies, and they have been accepted for publication on official open access journal. This research work has been carried out with the support of the European Pediatric Medicine Database that has been set up by TEDI in 2007, with the aim to create an harmonized, integrated and reliable pan-European source of information on all pediatric medicine registered under the European Medicine Agency centralized procedure. This database has been updated this year and will be presented by Maria Grazia Felici. Always in terms of pediatric medicine and new methodology to foster pediatric research, experts from TEDI are working on alternative methodologies to generate evidence about treatment and healthcare strategies in children. Professor Oscar Dalla Pasqua will provide with more details about the objectives and outcomes of this research work, while Saskia De Wilde and Madeleine Gazarian will provide us with an overview of their work on the evaluation of the off-label use of medicine in pediatric population within an international and global perspective. Always in terms of research methodologies for small population, it has been submitted a proposal within an internal call of the European Joint Programme on Rare Diseases, aimed at encouraging collaboration among experts and innovative ready-to-use methods to enhance rare disease clinical trials methodologies. The project submitted has been positively evaluated, and CHIVUBF will organize a workshop on modeling simulation research methodologies for small population rare diseases that will be developed also with TEDI experts. This workshop will be addressed to rare disease community, including PhD students, postdoc researchers, senior scientists, young clinicians, investigators, and academics. Professor Altomare will provide us with more detail about this important and interesting topic. When we talk about new methodologies for pediatric research, we talk also about technology-driven pediatric studies. And one of the main issues to be considered is the issues related to use, reuse, and sharing of data, especially when we talk about personal data, health data, genetic data, etc. But to foster research, including data, we need to harmonize practices while guaranteeing the protection of data subject rights, especially if data subjects are children, and especially when research is carried out within European and international consortia. To this aim, an important role could be played by a code of conduct aimed at clarifying and assisting in interpretation of the GDPR rules. That's why we accepted the invitation of the European CRO Federation to set up a partnership with a particular reference to the Code of Conduct for Service Providers in Clinical Research that EUCROFT is developing. To better understand the challenges linked to the development and implementation of a Code of Conduct relevant for research, we asked Jeanne Elreg, a new TEDI member, expert in data protection from Namur University, to provide us an overview of this tool. As already said, TED is strongly engaged in promoting children active engagement and empowerment within the European Joint Research Programme on Rare Disease, of which we are partner. We are developing free workshop for the next 3 years devoted to children with rare diseases. The training plan will be tailored for these young people and will be revised from a program committee including experts from TEDdy and other main pediatric initiatives, and will be revised by young members of Young Person Advisory Group. Scientific, ethical, legal, and regulatory aspects will be addressed, also using case studies. More details about these initiatives will be provided by Mariangela Lupo and Begonia Nafria. To develop children-tailored activities, allowing children to play, activities and tools, I can say, allowing children to play and learn about clinical trials and about the importance of developing suitable medicine for children, Kids Bari and Kids Albania develop a serious game, My Clinical Trial Center, a digital game with an educational purpose. This game received the seal of approval of the International Children Advisory Network. Valeria Gatti and Fiona Raku, representatives from Kids Bari and Albania, will present these initiatives. Finally, TEDdy this year started the restyling of its website. Here are some pictures summarizing the main activities and engagement of TEDdy in the new website. The new website will be soon available. Meanwhile, we continue to work to foster collaboration with the main stakeholders and their institutions to develop new initiatives and projects for children. Thanks a lot for your attention, and thanks to TEDdy members and staff for the precious work done. If there is some questions, please don't hesitate. Even by chat. Do you have, is there any question, or since it's an introduction of the presentation from our experts, maybe we can start with the first eminent speaker of the day. Dr. Fabio Datri, that is the policy officer of the Medicine Policy Authorization and Monitoring of the Director for Health of the Directorate General Health and Food Safety of the European Commission.
Thank you very much, Anna Grazia, and thank you very much for inviting me here today. Anna Grazia has already presented a little bit the network, the environment on which we are working. What I would like to give you today is an overview on our work on the revision of the pediatric and orphan legislation, with a specific focus on the pediatric part, to tell you how you can contribute further to our work, and to speak about other initiatives that are ongoing and are strictly connected, like, for example, the pharma strategy. And then I will say a few words about other initiatives that are important, and I was thinking about while Anna Grazia was speaking. As you probably know, we have started a couple of years ago, almost 3 years ago, the work on the regulation on rare disease and children. And we wanted to see, to assess the strength or the weaknesses of these two pieces of legislation. We have come out with a document where this is described last year, in August last year, and we have taken into account for the pediatric regulation the period from its entry into application publication, I mean, a little bit later than 2017, as I said in the slide, some data gets up to 2019. What we have seen is that both legislation have been quite successful. For the pediatric legislation, we have seen that the number of medicine that is authorized and studied for children and in children is increased. The number of clinical trials involving children has also increased. There is more published evidence, more information about the use of medicine for using children is available. But if we go to the next slide, we have also seen that, and I mean, it was a little bit also normal, that the development of medicine for children follow the development path of adult medicine. So the unmet needs of children are not really taken into account. If unmet needs of children and adults diverge, these areas of high unmet need for children, there are very few development. We have neonatology or neurodevelopmental diseases where there are very, very few treatments that have been developed. And I say it was a little bit expected because the pediatric regulation is a regulation that works with the obligation and the rewards. So the obligation is the obligation to conduct a pediatric investigation plan, to present and conduct a pediatric investigation plan for, in practice, all medicine that are developed. But then the reward is an extension of, main reward is an extension of this so-called supplementary protection certificate, that is a patent-like certificate that applies to all products, so also to the adult part. So companies are often this does not support the development of product only for a small population. The bigger is the market, the bigger is also the reward. So this reward is not really, so it has helped to have medicine developed for adults studied in children, but not really to develop children-only medicine. What we have seen is also that the structure of the pediatric investigation plan is not fully fit for purpose to accommodate, for example, innovative clinical trial design or innovative technological development. Another thing that we have seen is that there is a quite divergent timing when medicine for children reach patients in the various member states. In some member states, in some countries, the medicine are available quite fast at the moment of the authorization at European level. If they are centrally authorized, in other, it takes a lot of time. And this is something that we see also for adult medicine, and is not exclusive for pediatric medicine. But the pediatric regulation, like as the orphan, has very limited power to push a little bit, making the product available timely for all patients in Europe. And then we have seen that certain procedures that the regulation has put in place are quite burdensome. So if we go to the next slide, so following this analysis, we have decided to proceed with the revision of the orphan and pediatric regulation. And this revision is based on four main paths. So one is to foster research and development, in particular in area of highest unmet needs for children. The other is to ensure availability and timely access for patients all over Europe, to ensure that the legislation is fit for purpose, so it's able to take into account present and future technological scientific development, and to make the procedures that are in place more efficient. So we don't want to change the concept, the overall concept of the pediatric regulation, but to ameliorate it. So it will not be a completely new regulation. So the main structure will be the same, but we will aim to ameliorate it. If we go to the next slide, I wanted to show you what would happen if we don't act, if we don't do anything. we will have the current legislation that will continue to apply. We have heard from certain stakeholders, so certain partners that say, okay, yeah, but you have, we should not forget that we have the the joint EMA Commission Action Plan, but the EMA Commission Action Plan, that is true, is currently ongoing and a lot of work is put on it. It aims only to find very short-term procedure. For example, in the PAP procedure, with non-legislative action will not be possible to solve a structural problem that we have identified, and that really to ameliorate the pediatric regulation. Everything will remain voluntary. So we have really doubt that the situation in the medium-long term could improve. The only things that could be improved is if there will be an amendment of the SPC, the Supplementary Protection Certificate legislation, that is regulated via another pieces of legislation. This could reduce the burden, but indirectly, because there will be probably a revision of the SPC legislation. But if we go to the next slide, so I wanted to show you what we are reflecting about. As has been said by the previous speaker, now we are in the phase of the impact assessment. So we are reflecting on several options, on several ideas on how the legislation could be amended and what would be the impact of these changes on all stakeholders, on all the system. So I will give you now a few examples of this idea. One of the possible changes would be to rethink for certain category of product the PAP, so the Pediatric Investigation Plan, and to have it so-called evolutive PAP, so that it evolve, it follow a little bit more the science. Currently, a PAP has to be presented very early for all medicine, very early in the development, after phase 1, and has to be complete, so to cover all the development plan of a future product. But for certain category of product, there is too little knowledge to determine already what will be done in later phase of development. So we would like to create for certain category, for example, for first in human or for very innovative product, an evolutive PAP, where it's possible to provide information, detailed information on the first phase of development, but then to amend, not to spend much time on guessing what will happen in later phases of development, but to produce and provide to EMA, that is the one that assess and validate the PAP element while the development is ongoing. What we would like also to have is that in the PAP, the mechanism of action of a product is taken into account. So not only when taking into account to whom a product is addressed, but also to consider if this product, thanks to its molecular mechanism of action, could be used also for other diseases or for other indication in children. One thing that we would like to also to ameliorate is the system of deferrals. So deferrals are the system that allows to delay the conduct of the studies in children for a certain amount, for a number of reasons. But what we have seen is that this can result in very long delays in the development of medicine for children. So in some cases, it is even a decade after the adult medicine is authorized that the pediatric medicine is finally ready to reach the patient. So deferrals are useful, but we would like to reflect how it's possible to a little bit balance the right, not delay the adult medicine with the right of children to have medicine timely developed for them. If we go to the next slide, thank you. So what we would like, as I told you before, the we would like to see and to define in legislation, to see if it's possible to define in legislation criteria to identify products that address high unmet needs for children, and to see how this product could be supported and at which stage. Could be at very early stage, at research, so preclinical phase, could be in the regulatory pathway with further support from the agency, for example, or could even be post-launch with some sort of incentive, so the traditional way that the European medicine legislation work. I'm not sure that this is the best case for here, but is something that we would like to explore, how to better push for development in areas where there is very little research, because there is no corresponding adult development, and are areas that are very important for children to get product. We would like to better understand the problem of access and availability for children in the various member states. How much this is linked to the fact that our pediatric medicine, or the delay is linked to the corresponding adult medicine, and then the delay that we see for children is linked to the delay of the corresponding adult medicine, because often you have the adult equivalent also. And another thing that we would like to explore is to see how to ameliorate the PUMA scheme. The PUMA is a specific marketing authorization procedure that has been introduced by the pediatric regulation to facilitate, to boost the development of pediatric indication from all medicine, so off-patent medicine. But this scheme has been very not successful. I mean, very few medicine have been developed with this scheme. So we would like to see how it can be ameliorated. And if we go to the next slide, before telling you about how you can contribute and where we are, I wanted to remind that the revision of the orphan and pediatric legislation is not alone. There are a lot of other activities ongoing at EU level, and one of these is the pharmaceutical strategy. The orphan and pediatric revision is part of the strategy, and the strategy is a set of action, both legislative and legislative, that are going to look at all the regulatory framework for medicine in Europe. It's very important, and I would like to focus on the revision of the, speaking about legislation, the revision of the General Pharma Framework, so Directive 2001/83, that defines what are medicine in Europe, that they need to be authorized and all the criteria, and the Regulation 726/2004, that is the regulation that sets up EMA and defines the central market authorization procedure. Because already now, the provision of these two legislation applies also to medicine for children and orphan medicine. So it's very important that we coordinate our work on the revision of the General Pharma Framework and on the revision of the orphan and pediatric legislation. If we go, we can skip next slide and we go to the following one. We can skip this one and we can go exactly to this one, because the revision of the General Pharma legislation will look at very similar issues. So the issue of access and affordability of medicine, how to boost innovation in area of unmet need for the general population. Okay, we have the security of supply and the shortages that are not covered by the orphan and pediatric legislation. We have to ensure adaptability to new and scientific development. That is another thing that we also look in the orphan and pediatrics, and the reducing the red tape, so simplifying procedure. But as I said, we really need to see as a package the revision of the orphan and pediatric legislation and the General Pharma legislation, because, for example, if we modify, will be modified the incentives for the in the General Pharma Framework, this modification will apply also to pediatric medicine. Or if there will be introduction of some obligation for all general medicine, this will apply also for pediatric medicine. So there is really a need of strong coordination between these activities. And if we go to the next slide, I wanted to show you that this is possible because the timelines for these two actions is very similar. So for the orphan and pediatric legislation, we are in the impact assessment phase. And there is a public consultation on the impact assessment that is open. And is open until July 2021. This is really to provide input on our ideas on possible solution of the problem. So you are all invited to contribute to this public consultation. Will be open very soon, also targeted consultation, so to relevant stakeholder and interview, where we will go more in details and get more input on the various proposals that we put on the table. And the legal proposal for the revision of the orphan and pediatric legislation, I put S because probably will still be two separate legislation. We always speak about legal proposal, but will probably still be two legislation, is expected for 2022. But if we go to the next slide, I wanted to show you that also for the revision of the general pharma legislation is a little bit delayed, but we have a very similar calendar because they are doing the evaluation and the impact. The colleagues are doing the evaluation and impact assessment of the general pharma framework together, so as a single exercise. And for them, there will be public consultation that will be open in autumn, I think from October, November until the end of the year. And also in parallel, there will be other consultation activity. And so also there, I invite you to be active. And the adoption is also foreseen for 2022. So both from a stakeholder point of view and for us internally, it's very important that we get very aligned because these two set of revision will be interlinked. Before closing, I don't have a slide for this, but I was thinking that for you it's also important to keep in mind that there are also other activities and other programs that are ongoing. For example, we have Horizon Europe. The setting up of Horizon Europe and what will be funded in the next 7 years is being done now. For the revision of pediatric regulation, we don't have funding associated. I cannot give or promise any fund. All the funding that can be given should be done via Horizon Europe. We are exploring if under the EU4Health, this new program, something can be done, but to be seen because a big chunk of the EU4Health is dedicated to COVID-related issues or this era proposal. So we have really to consider that it's very important to get engaged and define, help to define the colleagues in the Commission how to best invest the Horizon for Europe priorities. And another thing that I think is very important, because I was listening to Maria Grazia on the empowerment of children and to take into account the will of children in participating in research, is that next year, hopefully, the new clinical trial regulation will start to apply, and the new clinical trial regulation foresee the mechanism of assent. So children will be asked, will be still subject to national legislation, but the empowerment of children will increase, and their voice, according to the ability to decide, so to the age and to the development, will have to be taken into account in clinical research. So it will be very important to see how this will be implemented and will be used in practice from next year on. I think there is a transitional period, but is coming, so things are also changing. And thank you. The next slide is just the thank you slide. And if you have any question, I'm happy to take it. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabio, for the very comprehensive presentation on the state of art of the revision of the pediatric and rare disease regulation. There is some question from Donato, but from Donato, but I want to make a consideration following your presentation. You talk about the need to enhance with the new regulatory framework to enhance the accessibility and availability of pediatric and rare disease medicine. And you underlined also the need to fit, to embrace the technology scientific advances. So my consideration regarding these two aspects regard the fact that maybe in the policy option that you adopted should be really based as a legal basis on the principle of equality of people of treatment of European citizens. That means that pediatric population and rare disease population need to have the same chance of the others European citizens. Furthermore, if you keep in mind the need to embrace technology scientific advances, I was thinking to the need really to support non-legislative action. You talk about non-legislative action to be put in place to complete the changing and the modification of the regulatory framework. And I think that if we really want to enhance pediatric and rare disease research, there are many unsolved questions that are in terms of legal, ethical, and social aspects. And I think that in the revision, a specific non-legislative action need to be implemented really to allow pediatric research to be in compliance with children's rights, but really to guarantee the accessibility, the availability, and really to embrace technology and scientific advances. That's why my question is, do you have already in mind this non-legislative action to be put in place? And if yes, in which sector do you think that it should be implemented?
Thank you very much. I mean, I have to admit that currently we are focusing on the legislative part. Non-legislative action we will see a little bit later when we see what we managed to have in legislation. And we wanted also to see how other instruments, for example, Horizon Europe, I see that also we have a question on Donato, what will be the goal and what will be the priority. So we are discussing with the colleagues there, so to see the complementarity, so working a little bit in parallel. For the moment, we have not identified specifically, so we want to start first with the non-legislative action. So we have first to focus on the legislative one that, I mean, it's also, it's only me that work on the project, so it's limited also manpower, and in the parallel working with the colleagues and try to steer what they are doing on other projects, and then to eventually complement next year with specific non-legislative action for especially pediatric. For orphan, a little bit more, I think, is being done, but for pediatrics.
Okay. So from Donato, his question is, there will be some mechanism to define unmet needs and to set priorities?
So there will be, the idea is to set up criteria to identify products that address unmet needs. I'm not sure there will be, okay, there could be priority, but I doubt there will be legislative priorities. We have already the list of Article 33 that set up a sort of priority, but has not been a great success. So on the priorities, I'm not sure that we'll go in legislation. Could be one of these non-legislative where you have a multi-stakeholder forum or multi-stakeholder environment that decides on priority, but I'm a little bit reluctant in having priority in legislation that are very difficult to modify. But in legislation, the idea is to have criteria to identify products that address high unmet need of children and how to support this product. And the call, we are, as I was saying, we are the call on Horizon Europe. We are discussing with the colleagues. Dealing with that is becoming more difficult in the last years to have call per population group for pediatric, but we are discussing about this with the colleagues, and is under development. And then I see Adriana as
Adriana Ceci, yes, there is a question from her. She has a concern about the different timing of revision of pharmaceutical strategy and orphan pediatric regulation, and how the pharmaceutical strategy considering specific issues of pediatric medicine, and can you detail how the pharmaceutical strategy will receive input from pediatric fields?
So, I mean, both revision are in my unit. We have a steering group that coordinates the two parts. So personally, I'm involved in ensuring the alignment. As Adriana, as you have seen, some of the strengths are the same, and we speak about unmet needs, we speak about access, we speak about innovation, support of innovation in the pharma strategy, like in the revision of the orphan and pediatrics. So I'm part of this group that is aiming to ensure consistency. As we are more advanced with the revision of the orphan and pediatric legislation, is more as feedbacking the colleagues that are working on the pharma strategy and ensuring that their work is complementary to our, and they don't create something that is against what we are doing. And yeah, so it's internal. So we are the same people working on the file. They are, I mean, the timing is different, but not very different. It's a question of few months. We are launching our public consultation is open now. They will launch after the summer, and the survey and the interview also for them will be launched, I think, from October. So it's a question of few months. And so more or less they were much delayed, but they are keeping up. So we are getting more aligned. So it's that's why I think I wanted to highlight that they should be looked together as a package, and they will come out publicly with more information, I think, after the summer. But yeah, there is internal coordination in the Commission because we are a very small team. So.
Okay, is there any other question for Fabio? Not. So maybe we can thank Fabio a lot for his participation and the presentation that give us some ideas on the next comments to the next to the participation of the public consultation on the documents of the European Commission. Thanks a lot. Yeah. We will. Yes. Okay. I will very honored and pleased to give the floor to Laurence Wolf, that is the head of bioethics unit of the Council of Europe, that will talk about the initiatives on children participation in decision process regarding their health. Laurence, you have.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and Teddy Network for this invitation. I will try to stick to the time, but I felt that I needed to introduce a bit the context within which this survey is taking place. You did introduce the topic in your presentations, but I want to go back to basic with the second slide. Please, just to remind you about the Council of Europe, which is intergovernmental organizations which is composed of 47 member states, which include the 27 member states of the European Union, but extend a bit more, as you see, toward the east and a bit toward the north with Iceland. And one of the main mission of the Council of Europe is the protection of human rights, and this is that mission within which the work on children's rights is actually taking place. Next slide, please. So the work of the Council of Europe in this field, what we call bioethics, which is actually protection of human rights in biomedicine, is the main objective of this work. It's been a pioneering work, but it continued to be unique by its human rights approach, and it has a strong legal corpus has been developed, which became a reference at European as well as global level. And when I say European, I will go back on this, but this includes also EU level. In particular, the Convention on Human Rights in Biomedicine has been a source of inspiration for the Charter of Fundamental Rights, in particular with regard to Article 3 on the protections of integrity. Next slide, please. So the convention I just mentioned, the Convention on Human Rights in Biomedicine, which is the text on which we based our work, was and remained the only international legally binding instrument in this field. It contained provisions which address the field of traditional medicine, I would say, and for that reason, it's sometimes referred to as the European Patient Rights Treaty, but it also contains provisions that are applicable to what was new biomedical technology at that time, transplantation, research, and genetics. It has close link with the European Convention on Human Rights, even though not formal links, with one little exception, but it borrowed principles, concept, and terminology to that convention. The convention is a framework convention, so it defined principles which are aimed at being further developed and complemented in additional protocols focusing on specific field. For example, so far is one on prohibition of human cloning, on transplantation of organ, on biomedical research, and on genetic testing for health purposes. So the convention and its additional protocols form what we call a conventional system. And I was mentioning that this legal corpus has become a reference at European level. I mentioned the Charter of Fundamental Rights, but it's also true for the European Court of Human Rights, which is one of the most famous institutions of the Council of Europe. But also the text is also one of the rare regional instruments, which is referred to in UN declarations. Next slide, please. So in the convention and its protocol reference, that I just quoted here some important articles that are referred to in the convention and which concern children. The first one I mentioned is Article 2 on primacy of human being. I think it's quite important, that principle, which is actually the one through which all the others needs to be read. But it's a particular relevance in the research field because it says that the interest and welfare of the human being shall prevail over the sole interest of society and science. So that has particular relevance for the research field. When it comes to children, I mentioned here two provisions, the main general provisions of consent for a person not able to consent, among which children, but you see, I'm not going to read the text as a whole, but you see that it's duly mentioned that the opinion of the minor shall be taken into consideration as an increasing determining factor in proportion to his or her age and degree of maturity. And you find the corresponding provisions in the sections concerning research, with the additional requirement that the persons concerned, in that case the minor, does not object to the participation in the research. And in the additional protocol to the conventions concerning biomedical research, you also see the same elements reiterated in accordance with the convention. Can I have the next slide, please? So when we celebrated the 20th anniversary of the Oviedo Convention, we call it the Oviedo Convention because it was open for signature in Oviedo, Spain in 1997. So it's what's a so-called quite, and old convention to a certain extent, but I think that when we celebrated the 20th anniversary of that convention, there was not only a wish to celebrate the anniversary, but more importantly, to really look at the relevance of its provisions in the light of the development in the fields concerned. So there was acknowledgement that the field was at a sort of a turning point with regard to human rights because of emerging and converging technologies being developed, which increase the possibility to intervene on human life, but also the evolution of the practices. And a certain number, those two aspects were actually raising a certain number of human rights challenges that needed to be addressed. However, I think it's important to underline that in the spirit of the Council of Europe work in this field, there was always the idea of a synergy between human rights and progress. In other words, there was acknowledgement of the importance of scientific development, in particular for the human health, but also at the same time, the concerns of possible human rights challenges raised by this development and the need to ensure that we promote progress, we promote what is actually beneficial for human health by addressing human rights challenges, in particular when there are risk of abuses or misuses of this application. So really a synergy between progress and human rights. At the same time, and that was duly acknowledged in the at the conference, there was the idea that safeguarding human rights was also going to the heart of how we want to shape our lives and societies. Can I have the next slide? So the outcome of this event was a strategic action plan on human rights in technology and biomedicines that set the agenda of the work of the Committee on Bioethics, and I will come back on this, for the next 5 years, sorry. And you see it's organized around pillars. I don't want to go into detail on this, but if you look at the pillar on integrity, there was here circled the idea that we need to strengthen children's participation in the decision-making process on matters regarding their health. And so it was really the idea of evolution of practices and evolution of perception of the place of children and children's rights in particular that leads to that conclusion. Can I have the next slide? At the same time, in parallel, in another department of the Council of Europe, which work on children's rights in particular, they had developed a strategy for the right of the child, which cover another period. There's a new strategy being prepared, but that objective will be reiterated. And among the 5 priorities area of that objective, you see the participation of all children. So next slide. So it is kind of naturally that came up the idea of a joint activity between the 2 committees responsible, on one hand, for protections of human rights in biomedicines, and on the other hand, responsible for the protection of the right of the child. So there was really acknowledgement of the need to recognize the evolving nature of the decision-making capacity of children, also in matters regarding their own health. And the committees agreed to prepare a guide containing principles of good practices to involve children in medical decision-making. This will include consideration of the right of the child, the right and responsibility of the child's legal representative, and the child interest in connecting with those of their family members. The guide should primarily target healthcare professionals, but it should also be accessible to children's parents and or legal representative. And as you see, the process of development of this guide foreseen a stakeholder consultation around spring 2022, with a final version of the guide by the end of 2022. Next slide, please. So now we go to the survey, which was which is actually the first step in towards the development of this guide. And the survey was carried out online through a questionnaire addressed to the DH-BIOS, the Committee on Bioethics delegation, and the delegation of the Steering Committee for the Right of the Child. and main stakeholders, including scientific societies, European networks, Patient and Children Families Association, research organization, industry, and European institution representative. And I want, for the first time, in my presentation, I will reiterate that to thank STEADY for the great support that was essential in the development and release of its study. And I wish in particular to thank those who have been directly involved in this work. Can I have the next slide, please? So the survey was articulated around 8 questions and some sub-questions. The first questions aim at obtaining information on relevant legal provisions as well as guidelines. And then the other ones aim at getting information on initiatives, practices aim at increasing awareness of children and including them in decision-making process. This includes also initiative in relation to emerging technologies such as advanced therapy, information technology, nanotechnologies, and finally in relation to COVID-19 pandemics in healthcare and or research context. Can I have the next slide? Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So that those data were already given by Ana Gracia Altavilla in her introductory presentations. As you see, this is compared to other surveys, we've done really a great success with the 185 answers from 36 different countries. You see on the map the number of response we got per country member of the Council of Europe. The country where most answers were received are Germany, France, and Italy. Most responders were members of scientific society and research organizations. But there was a high rate of negative answer on different topics, which testified for a certain lack of awareness on legal provisions and relevant initiatives. Can I have the next slide, please? So concerning national legislation, what we see is that the legal framework are really heterogeneous. That is already a certain pointing out an avenue for actions. What we see also is that to exercise the right to be heard, the child has to be capable of understanding. Therefore, the notion of discernment is extremely important. So according to national law, the discernment can be evaluated by those who are interacting with the child or determined by law with reference to a minimum age to be heard. Most of the responses also show that when it comes to research, there was the respect of the wish of the minor was included in the legal framework of the guidelines. Can I have the next slide? So when it comes to experience and procedure in participation decision-making process within healthcare, most relevant activities were identified concerns education of young persons, education of parents and families, training of healthcare professionals, and exchange of information. The activities are essentially carried out at national and or local levels, and the most relevant field in which initiatives are developed are rare disease, oncology, chronic disease, and general practices. The activity developed are essentially developed to implement children's rights driven by the age of the child. Can I have the next slide? So the same objective, that is implementing children's rights, and the same driving aspect, that is the age of the child, was also acknowledged in the research. Biomedical research is actually the field where most initiatives are relevant to education. We've seen enhancing participation as an important to gain cooperation of children, give a sense of control and self-management, and to build trust. Really, we find again that the field where most initiatives are developed are rare disease, oncology, and chronic disease. And I suppose this is not a surprise for the members of TEDI's network. Can I have the next slide? So, as I was saying, that biomedical research is a field where most initiatives are relevant to education and so on. We see that the activities developed in this field also have some relevance also in healthcare, and reference is made to young people, in both cases, young persons advisory group set up in relation to clinical trials, but which de facto have a broader scope of activities. And these young people advisory group are providing a privileged platform for children and young people. So there are other material that have been developed, but here again, I suppose that TEDI's network members are quite familiar with this. So I put the other example, and I actually thanks Ana Grazia Altavilla, because that's the slide that her slide that I'm using at the moment to illustrate those different initiatives. Can I have the next slides? Other initiatives, and I'm not going to go into detail of this, again, with relevance in research and healthcare, are child life specialist, ombudspersons for children, and we'll see you have the little flag on the side which point out in which country those initiatives have been taken. We also got example in Mexico. Mexico is an observer in the activity of the Council of Europe on the protection of human rights in biomedicines, and they've taken some specific measures on reproductive health in Mexico. For the sake of time, I'm not going into detail of this, but you will have access to the slides and to the report also that will be available shortly. Can I have the next slide? So, initiative to foster children advocacy and advisory role in biomedical field. I think that it's important to make a distinction between advisory and advocacy. Advisory is to inform decisions. Advocacy is to ensure of a specific outcome, in that case, respect of children's rights. So most common activities in this field are consultation, education, form information campaign, often combined with a feedback system. So here again, we see a certain dynamic in this type of initiatives. Can I have the next slides? Here again, I come back to the young person advisory groups that are, and I mentioned their relevance and starting point in the research field, but going further than that and being relevant to the clinical field as well. The formalization of this group, you see that this majority have a legal status, but we also see such groups being set up by integration into international, European, and national projects. You have example of other contexts within which those young person advisory groups have been set up, but here again, nothing new for TEDI's network members, I suppose. Can I have the next slides? Concerning this time initiative on children inclusion in decision processes related to the application of new emerging technology, I mentioned that this was a particular focus of the survey. So the respondents identified education and awareness activities such as debate, training, research group focusing on ethical, legal, and social aspects. We give here some example of concrete initiative such as transmission in France or initiative in Germany funded by or promoted by the Ministry of Education and Research, and the Restore project which is funded by the EU as well to illustrate such initiatives. Can we go to the next slide? We also saw some, this time we go from emerging technology to COVID-19 pandemic, and we saw some interactive and age-tailored initiatives aimed at increasing children awareness to COVID-19 and support them during health emergencies. And here again, you see example like same as in Spain, or the Joint Platform Germany, which are example of this type of initiatives. Can we go to the next slide? So as final remark, based on the outcome of the survey and the numerous respondents we have received, globally, as I identified, as I underlined at the beginning of this presentations, a lack of awareness of issue related to children participation in decision-making regarding their health. So indeed, I presented some result that seems to be mentioning quite a number of initiatives, but in general, if you make the ratio between that number and the number of responses, we can acknowledge this lack of awareness because of the negative response received to some of the questions raised in the study. Great heterogeneity of the legal framework that was also mentioned in relation to the implementations of the provision of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, in particular Article 12. Key role of healthcare professionals to evaluate capacity, maturity, and discernment of children's. Most initiatives that were reflected in the survey aimed at fostering children participation set up initially within the framework of clinical research activity, but then, as mentioned, their de facto relevance was enlarged to other healthcare topic. The main specific initiatives that were mentioned in the answer to the survey were identified in the field of rare disease, oncology, and general medical practice. And finally, training of healthcare professionals, education of children and families are identified as the main activities to improve children participation in decision making. Can I have the next slide? So when it comes for the final considerations at that stage of the work initiated by the Council of Europe, there's really a need to work more on children participation in decision making with a multi or pluridisciplinary approach on the topic. That phenomena of ticking a box, I can draw other parallel in that sense, is really to be avoided. So we really need to have a clear implementation of what is seen in the international legal instrument when it comes to the place of children. And we'll see already with the entry into force of the regulation clinical trials that another step will be done at EU level. The other need is a stronger engagement and collaborations among all the stakeholders that needs to be really promoted to reach this objective that we set up with a real implementation of the right of the child. Can I have the next slide? So as mentioned at the beginning, this survey is the first step in this process towards the development of the guide. And we'll see already that the result of the survey has been able to outline best standards and practices and help determining a roadmap for the development of this guide, which again is a joint work, which is not very common in the Council of Europe. So I think it's really good, really a joint work with the objective of a joint adoptions by two committees, one being responsible for protection of human rights in biomedicine, and the other one responsible for the protection of children's rights. And the drafting group that will be set up and start working quite shortly is co-chaired by a member of both committees. And it's really the idea of complementing competencies and benefiting from the experience of both committees to develop a guide that will really be helpful in practical terms, as we have the legal provisions, but we need to help practitioners really to implement those provisions in the field. And the last slide is to thank you as a whole, the chair of the TEDx network, in particular also because she's also the driving force, I would say, behind the work of the Council of Europe in this field, but also TEDx team and network, in particular Marta Lettieri, Maria Angela Lupo, and Bonka Georgieva, who have been very active in supporting this survey, and remain at your disposal to answer possibly any question you would have, maybe jointly with Anna Grazia, if she's willing to do so. Thank you very much for your attention.
Many thanks, Lorenzo, for a very comprehensive explanation of the rationale, the outcomes, and the roadmap of the initiatives of the Council of Europe on children participation.
Anna Grazia, we cannot hear you.
Okay, it's done? Sorry.
Yeah, now it's...
Okay, I start again. Thanks, Laurence, for your comprehensive and presentation on the outcomes, the rationale, the outcomes, and the roadmap of the initiatives of the Council of Europe on children participation. You importantly underlined the need to not only to set up legal provision, but within existing legal framework to foster and harmonize practices across Europe. This is the aim of these initiatives. These initiatives could also be useful for implementing the legal provision regarding the assent of children to take part in clinical trials that are included in the new regulation on clinical trials mentioned by Fabio Dati. So I don't have a question for the moment, but please, if somebody else have a questions about these initiatives and further step. No, any questions?
Anna Grazia, can I make a comment myself?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think it's the objective of this work is really to be practical and useful. And for that reason, not only, I would say, not only the reply to the survey was extremely useful, but I think when we do the consultation from stakeholders, it will be extremely important to benefit from your feedback on the presentation of the guide and its content, because really the idea, and that's been an objective of the work of the Council of Europe in the last few years, is to go from norm setting to actually practical tool to really implement those and help country implementing those norm setting. I think we are, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, we have 47 member states, and the situation in those 47 member states is also not only from the legislative point of view, but from a practical point of view and an awareness point of view, extremely diverse. And what we want is to do something useful to promote this children's rights implementation in all these countries. So for that reason also, the guide is intended to include practical example of initiative which may be at different levels, because the situations being extremely diverse, it's important to have a whole spectrum of initiative that's going in the same directions to work improving the implementation of children's rights. So I think I want to underline this because I think your feedback from the whole TEDx network would be extremely important, but also to keep in mind this diversity of situation and the need sometimes to start from very low awareness level, as well as to a situation where awareness was much more developed. So I think it's very important to benefit from people who are in the field and who are directly concerned with those issues. So I thank you in advance for your feedback in this process.
Many thanks. Also saying that the next step should be having kids participating to institutional Council of Europe initiatives and activities. And please, Laurence.
Yeah, what I want to say is that the Steering Committee on Children's Rights is systematically consulting children in all its activities, but I think that with the established network of TEDI and the different groups of children's, I think you have a privileged position also to help us making that work really meaningful and of added value by using the kids networks as well.
Could I?
Yes.
Sorry, my question might be a bit too long to type out. I'm based in Sydney, Australia, and I was intrigued to see that Australia is a member of the Council of Europe. Can you enlighten me with regard to the mechanism by which Australia participates in this, or the sort of channels of communication?
I must admit that the communication is formally set up, but practically not really existent. Australia is invited to, I mean, there are countries that are observer systematically in the Council of Europe, like Mexico, the Holy See, and other countries. But Australia was specifically invited because of the activity in bioethics in this country. And since then, it's been systematically invited to participate in the work. They don't travel. When we had physical meetings, they were not coming physically. But at some points, we were receiving comments and suggestions because by being invited, they received all the different documents that are tabled for the plenary meetings, and we received some comments. But I must say lately, this was not really the case. And I would be more than happy if, thanks to you, we could go back to this feedback. However, we do follow a lot the discussions on ethical issues in Australia, including by the Ethics Committee and so on. For example, on genome editing or on end of life or on other issues. So I think that if that would be an opportunity to also benefit from the experience in your country, I think that would be really important. I don't think that there's one solution fits all when it comes to improving the implementations of children's rights. And I think that it's very good to be able to contribute to the dissemination of good practices, because ideas coming from other countries can be useful, very useful for European country as well. So in that sense, we want to use the guide also as a sort of a platform of exchange of good practices. What we intend to do is to not only have a printed version of the guide, but have a version online that will be user-friendly. When you could go from one chapter to another, you could go by keywords, you could also go by example of countries. So I think that if thanks to you, we could actually, and for that work in particular, benefit from your experience, that would be extremely interesting.
Thank you very. Look, I've been educated and informed a lot already. Yeah, look, we could perhaps communicate offline, but I was just intrigued in terms of Australia. Yeah, and it sounds like the networks you're connected to in Australia are the more broad ones
Yes.
in bioethics, and you know, I could certainly help facilitate more specific pediatric or pediatrician and pediatric network connections, and the sorts of things that you mentioned would be of great interest to all pediatricians, actually. And already, you know, many of the things you mentioned relate to some of the points I'm going to refer to in my talk on the considerations for off-label use of medicines evaluation. So thank you.
Yes, well, I think that also I haven't actually developed all the aspects of the activity we're working in, but we're also working at the moment on equity of access to treatment and equipment in context of scarce resources. And we will be working afterwards on equitable access to innovative treatment. And in those different works, there will also be some relevance with regard to children, I think, and pediatric treatment. So that would also be very relevant. But as I said, you could use my email address, and then I'll be very pleased to discuss the exchange bilaterally after the General Assembly. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks, Laurence. I really hope that TEDI can play a key role between and can be the bridge between the European Union and the Council of Europe to promote activities to foster health and well-being of children by its engagement. Thanks. We will have the next presentation that is on the European Pediatric Medicine Database tool, and this the database will be presented by Maria Grazia Felisi, that is the Director of Research of the CIVUBF, and is an historical member of TEDI. Thanks, Maria Grazia. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna Grazia. It's a pleasure for me today to have the chance to present this tool that is one of the first tools of TEDI. And I'm sorry, I stopped my camera because my connection is not very good, but it's important that you see the slides. The European Pediatric Medicine Database, next one, please. Next slide. Is, as I said, is one of the first tools of the TEDI project that is still live and greatly used at least at internal level. And with this presentation, I will first give you a general overview on what APMD is, what its contents are, to whom it is targeted, and how it works. Then I will go through the periodic report and publication coming from the data collected in this database. And Maddalena Thoma, who is part of the EPMD team, will show you some interesting results of this publication. And finally, I will briefly present the next upgrade of this tool along with the next activities planned on the database. Next, please. What is APMD? APMD, as Anna Grazia already said, is an online database that has been set up in 2007 in the framework of FP6 study project with the aim of creating an harmonized, integrated and reliable pan-European source of information all pediatric medicine registered under the European Medicine Agency centralized procedure. Next, please. The data stored in this database basically show the state of the art of pediatric medicine authorized by the EMEA from October 1995 to the present. And through this tool, TEDI support the transparency of the information provided by the EMEA concerning the rational use of pediatric medicine and the age groups for which the medicines are approved. APMD contains the following information: the year of approval, the market authorization holder, the active substance, the name of the product, the ETC code of the drug, the conditional approval, in case there is, the pediatric indication, and the age for which the drug is intended. Also, the orphan status is reported. Next, please. Beside the information listed in the previous slide, there is a section also in this database that is not publicly available, and this part contains additional information which can be provided upon request after internal approved based on the evaluation of the use that applicant intend to make of this data. And this supplementary information relates to the type of the product, if is a drug is a chemical, biological, and or an advanced therapy, its regulatory status, if it is a new medicine, a pediatric variation, a repurposed product, and also if there is a pediatric investigation plan or a waiver for the drug with details such as the condition, the age group, the type, and the number of the study. Next, please. To whom is targeted APMD? We can say that is targeted to all interested people in finding information on the innovative and new medicine devoted to the pediatric population authorized by EMEA, and that means health professionals, pediatricians in particular, institutional bodies, companies, patient and citizen association. Next, please. We can say the data source of the APMD is, we can say that is that all data that of this database come from a unique source of information that is represented by the European Medicines Agency, and in particular they come from the European Public Assessment Reports that are an information resource that contain a core set of regulatory documents that are available on the website of the EMEA, and that are periodically updated and that reflect the latest regulatory information on this medicine. The next slide. The process for the update of the European Pediatric Medicine Database is the following. A data manager is responsible for retrieving data from the European Public Assessment Reports looking for pediatric drugs. This is done on a monthly basis in correspondence with the EMEA Human Medicine Highlights newsletter. And then a quality check is periodically performed by the scientific manager, and in case of discrepancies, they are solved by involving a supervisor among the members of the APMD team. This is a sort of validation for the data included in the database. With the next slide, let's see how the tool works. There is some animation. Thank you. You can see here a screenshot of the home page of the database, which can be reached through the TEDI website. Next, click. Okay. If you are interested in a specific pediatric drug, you can do the search by X active substance or by the product name. By the ATC code. In this case, the search can be done by the first ATC level. For example, if you are interested in knowing which are the drugs approved for infectious disease, you can do the search, indicate the J category in the ATC code field. Maybe you are interested in knowing if a specific medicinal product has the status of orphan, or you can also search for orphan drugs approved in Europe for pediatric population. Another useful field of search is represented by the main condition. You can type the condition you are interested, and the database presents you with all the drugs for treatment prevention of this condition. Click of the mouse, please, because there are, okay, these are the field. Again. Okay, go on. Okay, let's see how the results appear. In this slide, you should see the screenshot, please click, okay, of the result of a search done for a medical product. In this case, the search has been done for Myozyme medicinal product, and a row corresponding to this product appear in the box below. You can see that the corresponding active substance is the albulisidase alpha, is reported what is its ATC code, the mark authorization holder, the condition for which the drug is authorized. In this case is the glycogen storage disease type 2. I don't know if you can see, but it is an orphan drug. And if you click on the icon under details, other information appear, such as the pediatric indication. Please go on. Again. Okay, so here you can see the pediatric therapeutic indication and also the minimum approved age. Go on with the next slide. Let's see what we are able to do with the information included in this database. Once a year, from 2015, we prepare a report that provides statistics such as how many pediatric drugs were authorized, divided for orphan status, therapeutic area, age group, so on, a description of the innovative drug authorized, the new approved indication, and also detail of the covered therapeutic areas. Next, please. This is the page of the website where you can find these reports. As said, they are available starting from 2015. In the next few slides, I'm going to give you an overview of the contents of the 2020 report. Here, okay. The first evaluation that we always do is to see the number of pediatric medicine compared to the total of pediatrics of medicine approved by EMEA in the reference year and the previous one, as you can see from this graph. You can see that in the period October 1995, December 2020, a total of 1,280 medicinal products and 960 substances have been approved by EMEA under the centralized procedure. Of them, 452 and 357, respectively, were pediatric drugs. Despite the increase observed in 2007, what you can see is that the number of pediatric medicine remained low till 2015, and then a new increase is observed from 2015 onwards. Next slide. Another interesting analysis is the distribution of the authorized medicine for age group according to the ICH categories. As expected, the lower number of medicine referred to the neonates and the younger children, while this number increases for older children and is the highest for adolescents, as expected. Next, please. If we analyze the distribution of pediatric medicine for therapeutic category, we can see that the anti-infective for systemic use category represent the group with the highest ratio among the total of authorized medicine, while the genitourinary system and sex hormones and the cardiovascular system groups are those with the lowest ratio. These three slides that I just presented were meant to be just an example of the content of the report that I really invite you to read, since they are more detailed and richer in the information. With the next slide, please. I would like to present the publication derived from the data included in the EPMD. We can count 3 main publications in international journal. The first one is from 2002, published on European Journal Pharmacology. We started collecting this kind of information before the official date of birth of the tool. Next slide, please. The second one is from 2006, always published on the European Journal Pharmacology, entitled Medicine for Children Licensed by the European Medicines Agency, The Balance After 10 Years. And then Next slide. The last one is from 2021 of this year, is being published on Frontiers with the title Pediatric Medicine in Europe, the Pediatric Regulation. Is it time to reform? And now it's time to pass the floor to Maddalena, who is the first author of the publication and also the scientific manager of the APMD team. She will illustrate the main result of this work. So, Maddalena, if you...
Thanks, Grazia, for giving me the floor. Let me introduce the results of this analysis recently performed. In this work, we studied the effects of pediatric regulation in the 10 years following its approval. Next, please. Okay, we found that 2,096 medicinal products have been authorized for children, 136 within the framework of a pediatric investigational plan, the remaining 160 without a PIP, meaning that 175 new active substances have been authorized for children in the period 2007-2010. New active substances are considered new medicines with a pediatric indication or a new pediatric indication for already existing medicines. Looking at the three last columns of this table, still 53 new active substances have been repurposed for children. The next one, please. Looking at such new active substance, we notice that only 6 have a PUMA granted, 3 are advanced therapy medicinal product, 53, as I already said, are repurposed for pediatric use, and 57 are orphan, most of them belonging to treat alimentary tract disease or immunodeficiency or anti-cancer drugs. The next one, please. The most representative therapeutic area are those of alimentary tract and metabolism, with almost the same number of medicine with and without PIP, anti-infective for systemic use, in which 1/3 of medicine are authorized without submitting a PIP, and antineoplastic or immunomodulating agent with the same ratio. The next one, please. Looking at the study of supporting the marketing authorization of such medicines, we notice that medicines authorized with a pediatric investigational plan containing more studies supporting the efficacy and safety of such medicines compared to drugs approved without submitting a PAP. Ratio was 3.5 studies for drug in the first case, 1.6 in the second one. Next one, please. Mainly this report supports that pediatric regulation has been mainly satisfied. The pediatric drug repurposing in Europe seems to be particularly implemented. However, a limited number of studies supports the marketing authorization of repurposed medicines. So it's questionable if a special repurposing procedure, which involves EMA-PDCO opinion, would foster the development of pediatric medicines. Thanks. Just a final remarks for Grazia.
Okay, thank you. Just two slides more. The plan of the next steps for this database. In the coming months, we plan an upgrade of the APMD on 3 main aspects. A technical improvement, because APMD will be available also on devices such as tablets and mobiles. a graphical improvement, a new format will be available, making the search more immediate and the resulting information clearer. And finally, we decided to add some information on the online version, such as the actual market authorization holder, in addition to the initial one, if the drug is a biosimilar, generic, or advanced therapy, a few more that is still under evaluation. The second important addition we are working on is a new section of the EAPMD that will include all pediatric drugs in development. So not only the approved drug, but also all drug for which a PIP exists. The following information will collect the status of the PIP, the condition under study, the requested study, and the age of population of the study. We plan to start the upgrade of the database in July, and we hope to complete it by the end of the year. And then we will work during 2022 on the establishment of the section of the database on the drug in development. The next slide and the last. Here the EAPMD team, this is represented by myself, that I'm the coordinator of the database team, the scientific manager, Maddalena Toma, that has just illustrated the result of the last publication, the data manager, that is Elisa Cattani, we have an IT manager, Loto Forlani, and then the Teddy board delegate, Adriana Cecci, that supervised all our activities. Thanks for the attention. I finished.
Thanks, Maria Grazia Maddalena, for the presentation, but for the interesting presentation, but also for the great efforts with the other members of the staff to provide and to set up, not only to set up the tool, but really to update it and to keep it updated. Is there any question for Grazia and no, I have only one question. What do you think about who will be the most interested professional interested in using this tool?
Yes, but I think that we can have from a side the pediatrician, all the profession that work in the pediatric field directly. But I think also the regulatory agency and the all people that are interested in the development of new drugs. As I said, we map all the drugs on the market that are authorized. But there is a lot of work to do for a lot of age group that for which the need are not covered. And I think that the second functionality of this database that we want to implement with the drug in development can be really useful for all what are interested in the development of the pediatric drugs.
Donato asked, are there plans to exploit the database results towards European Union stakeholders, and could be a useful tool for pediatric research projects? What do you think about that?
I think so. I think that until now the database has been used internally at TEDI for our publication, for our interest in the pediatrics. But I think that we should promote this database around because I think that is a really important source of information that at the moment is not available anywhere. So there is this plan, yes.
Okay. If there is no other questions, I think that since we are late, maybe we can have, of course, we will discuss about the future step of for the database within the TEDI board. And for the presentation, I think that maybe since we are late, we can stop here for 10 minutes for break, and we will start again with Oscar and the other speaker. Thanks. See you at 11, about 11.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we start again the session? Oscar, are you there?
Grazie, yes, I am.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
So I'm very pleased to give the floor to Professor Oscar Dalla Pasqua, who will talk about innovation in clinical trials methodologies in limited population. Oscar is an historical member of TEDD. He's professor of clinical pharmacology and therapeutics pharmacology at the UCL School of Pharmacy. Please, Oscar, you have the floor.
Thanks, Anna Grazie. I hope you can see the slides properly. So I feel honored for the invitation and the fact that we are historical. I think soon we're going to be archaeological because it's time is going by. So shifting gears from the previous session where we were talking really about the context, the data and the policies, I tried to give you some very high-level overview of what's going on in the field of, let's say, methodology for clinical trials. And just give me a second. And I think to do that, I guess we need to challenge our way of thinking. And I'd like to bring a concept that everyone knows is randomized clinical trials. And if we just go not too long ago, 70-something years, 1948, the concept of randomized clinical trials was not there. So it was the trial at MRC with streptomycin that set the scene for randomized clinical trials. Before that, the idea was not that randomized trials were the standard or the gold standard for evidence generation. And I think what we are seeing today, especially when looking at small populations, is that we are taking for granted that clinical trial in a randomized fashion is the way to go forward. We also have to remember ourselves that the paradigm for randomized clinical trials has been based on the general type of disease and condition where sample size and burden of the patient may not necessarily be the primary hurdle to implement them. So I really think that we need to see an approach as an or alternative approach to clinical trials, not as an opportunity to evade, to avoid evidence generation, but really to demonstrate that there are alternative ways and that the evidence you obtain from alternative methods can be equally valid and equally robust. And I guess the concept goes beyond what we see from the regulatory approval phase. We always think about randomized trials as the mechanism by which you actually demonstrate the approval of a treatment. But if you take a step further after approval, we know that many agencies, HTA agencies, basically looking at effectiveness, rely on systematic review, rely on meta-analysis to define the overall benefit risk. And they pull information beyond what you would see from a well-controlled randomized trial. Now, we have been living this paradigm, and what we perhaps do not appreciate is that the way we look at evidence generation needs to move away from that paradigm to include what we call alternative methods, and can be pragmatic clinical trials, real-world evidence, or even a different approach to how we look at randomization and blinding. We also need to think that there are areas where evidence synthesis, so not evidence generation, but evidence synthesis, can complement clinical data. And this is something that I basically do as part of my work in terms of introducing drug disease models and using them to build insight into how drugs work. Now, you might say you're going to talk about methodology, but at the same time you're working clinical pharmacology. Why aren't you dealing with, I mean, this is a statistical issue most of the times, you would say. And what I think is becoming clear is that the field of clinical pharmacology, in particular quantitative clinical pharmacology, has touched upon a lot of elements that form a more mechanistic basis for us to define and assess and interpret evidence. In principle, we are not only looking at trials as a statistical exercise, but a way of translating pharmacological insight, personalized treatment, and of course, optimizing then the evidence generation. And perhaps to make it more concrete, the tools I'm going to show you are not there for every type of questions. We need to be slightly more concrete about how we look at that. And the first of all, we have limited time here today. I would like just to remind you that there are three critical areas where the principles I'm going to present here might be applicable and are definitely relevant. So first of all is when we talk about optimization, and the term optimization is a buzzword. We need to think about specifically, it's about precision. When I have limited sample, the issue we have is precision of the estimates. When we have limited sample, I'm not confident about the operating properties of the trial. How do I actually explore them and make sense of the results we get from small populations? The second and most important, I think, which has been overlooked in pediatric research, is the dose rationale. We enter clinical trials with the question, does it work? Is it safe? Instead of really first asking, is this the right dose if it works? Is this the right dose if it's safe? And we escape the assessment of the dose rationale in many of the trials. And that brings us then to the third layer, which is, again, another buzzword term, dosing algorithms, personalized dose, where we are looking at opportunities to identify factors that cause variation in response, whether it's efficacy or safety, and implement dosing algorithms that optimize the treatment. And if we go through these three layers, we will see that the randomized clinical trial does not offer you the optimal conditions to establish them. So what can be done? We can do quite a lot of things, and I'm going to really have to summarize a lot here because of the time we have. So we can go from best use or better use of what we already know to adaptive protocols when we have uncertainty, and we can actually work in areas where there's even more uncertainty with alternative designs like basket trials, and go all the way down to real-world evidence. So today, I will not have time to talk about all those different approaches. I'll give you very brief examples of techniques and methods that are basically popping up in the literature at the moment, some of which have been contributing directly, and try to get an idea of what can be done to improve evidence generation in pediatric conditions. So the first one, let's go to the Bayesian boring, or Bayesian dynamic boring, which basically is a concept that many of you might have heard about. Bayesian statistics is basically a methodology that assumes that your decision, your interpretation of results is not depending it does not depend only on the data, but depends on priors. And this prior is basically a way of statistically represent your prior understanding of what you're trying to measure. And basically, the knowledge you have plus the data that you collect create what we call the posterior distribution. Now, that principle basically says my interpretation of the data should not stand alone as the data, but should come hand in hand with my prior knowledge. And what this is very useful is because we tend to work in pediatrics sometimes dismissing pharmacology, biology, pathology knowledge that is there. And the example, this has been recently published in asthma for the evaluation of exacerbation in adolescents. And you see that additional trial design shows that in adults, the drug works. This is mepolizumab. In adolescents, there is a big confidence interval because there's low precision, it's a smaller trial. And the question is, would there be really biological and clinical reasons to believe that the drug doesn't work? Or is it simply a question of precision? How do we improve our understanding of what is going on in adolescents when I have limited data, if I have strong evidence that it does perform better in adults? So what Bayesian boring does is exactly that. You bring consensus using your biological understanding of the disease or the mechanism, and there might be situations where you don't have consensus, but it shows you that if this is what I observe in adolescents, and this is what I observe in adults, that the degree of comparability you need to start showing that your adolescents are actually providing, or the treatments providing significant benefit as what you observe in adults. And what this example basically shows is that if you believe that is up to 70%, what you call the prior weight of what you see in adults might happen in adolescents, you can then shrink the sample size. There are always going to be skepticals about what you consider to be comparable or different, but this discussion we leave outside here. I'm just trying to show you that there are methods where you can improve the sample size by building in your confidence or your understanding of how the disease conditions and the effect size that you might observe in children should be linked or related to adults. Now, the methodology allows us to be skeptical. As I said, you may have absolutely no clue. And what this basically shows is that if you think that what has been observed is really not better than placebo, this relative ratio is basically the difference from placebo, you see that you need quite a strong belief that the patient population behaves like adults, meaning that you need an extremely large sample to prove that the adolescents are indeed like adults. And basically, the message I'm trying to show here is that there are alternatives where you can incorporate knowledge, you can establish in a very clear and transparent way your assumptions, your uncertainties, and work in a way that may or may not reach consensus across the stakeholders, but shows you can improve the way you generate data and the way we interpret it. Now, another area is basket trials. This is something that we have seen a lot for many years now in oncology, and this is a slide showing an example of a basket trial including non-small cell lung cancer, melanoma, basically serobiopsies for various tumors, and I will not read all of them here, but it's basically a trial, a protocol where you lump together different diseases, and usually you have common marker or common endpoint you want to evaluate. Now, what is important, and I think this has been left out of the discussion across the oncology literature, is that the methodology is therapeutic agnostic. There's no reason why we can only use this methodology in oncology and not elsewhere. In fact, what's happening from a purely methodological perspective is that you have a protocol with different sub-trials. That's really what that diagram I showed you before is showing, that I have a protocol where I have subpopulations with specific criteria that I would then analyze in an integrated manner and eventually drop if the treatment doesn't work. So there's an interesting feature of these trials, which is futility. I do not have to compare large groups with a placebo or standard of care where there is skepticism about the treatment benefit. So it optimizes the way we generate evidence, and that makes the trial much more efficient. Now, this has been, let's say, the domain of oncology for many years, and what we are seeing now happening is that the concept is expanding across therapeutic areas. And I'm going to show you just a couple of slides to show that one of the recent examples is the Odyssey trial in HIV, where they're looking at dolutegravir-based HIV in children and looking at different protocols where you have first-line therapy, second-line therapy, and the patients are randomized. Again, these are sub-trials, and they are basically enhancing, between quotations, enriching the way the assessment is performed for each subgroup, and that makes the trial more efficient. It reduces the overall size you need to demonstrate efficacy in this case. Yeah. So we are also working in a similar program with antiepileptics. If you see the way that antiepileptics have been developed, similar story. There's been discussions around whether you can extrapolate from adults to children, or if you can extrapolate between one condition and another. And this remains a big debate because there are biological reasons to believe that the younger groups, you know, we have maturational processes. Your brain is not exactly the same after you reach 2 years and old, which would allow you to make the extrapolation. So how do you approach that? And what we see now in the area of epilepsy and other neurological conditions is that perhaps the way we have to explore the impact or the implications of maturational process is again to introduce designs such as the BASC design, where you basically explore futility to define very clearly and early on whether these differences matter and the effect is then different from standard of care. Now, if I move on to another area which is being probably even more, there's more polemic in terms of what the relevance is for approval and recommendation of the use of medicines in children, is real-world evidence. And of course, historically, this has been an area that has remained, again, a domain of the health technology assessment. There's a lot going on there with real-world data. There's been much less use prior to approval, in particular, even when you think about pediatrics as drug extension or label expansion. Now, what we have to really work is that the main limitation is not the method, the main limitation is how, and that perhaps links very nicely to the previous session, which is the quality of the data that we collect out there. So there needs to be a change in the perception of scope of data collection, data curation, to ensure that as we collect data from real world clinical practice, that this data is reliable. And reliability and accuracy is really the issue we face in many cases. But it does offer us a sense of what's going on in real life. And we can think about extension, augmentation, enrichment, and other pragmatic randomizations where you're combining data with randomized clinical trials, or even combining data with other types of studies that might allow you then to draw conclusions about what's going on with efficacy or safety. Yeah. Now, each mechanism, extension, enrichment, or pragmatic randomization will be suitable depending on the questions you have. And today we cannot get into the details for the sake of time here. But what is showing is that we need to stop and think, what are the options before we just default into a randomized clinical trial? And that's, I think, the other problem we are facing, is that there is a tendency to go for the gold standard, which is randomized trial, without assessing the operating characteristics. So there is, and that's the power of the modeling and simulation, we can simulate, we can explore and compare performance of trials under different assumptions, including assumptions where data quality is less than optimal. So you can actually evaluate whether this data will be really leading to bias and what are the conditions that are basically not accepted to establish efficacy and safety. Now, the FDA, just to give again a flavor on this, the FDA has basically worked in many of the cases, especially in oncology, has worked with decisions around label statements that have involved real-world evidence. There are very nice examples where pediatric data has been considered, but again, these are more exceptions than the rule. And I'm not saying let's abandon randomized clinical trials. What I'm saying, there are areas where this is really an essential step if we want to improve the evidence that we are generating at the time of approval. Now, two examples, again, this is for the reference, you can read at your own time later on, is that the example of Bavencio, avelumab, which has been used for Merkel cell carcinoma, which is a rare condition. It's a very interesting example where you use an external comparing arm, so you don't have a two-arm trial, but you use external comparison to establish efficacy. And this could be done, again, in many other areas, not only oncology. We have examples of liraglutide on weight loss. Again, very different subject. You could think about adolescent and obesity, and how difficult it is to establish efficacy of anti-obesity or weight loss treatment during clinical trials, controlled trials, versus using, again, effectiveness data in real-world setting, demonstrating that you can actually establish similar treatment effects. So there are different approaches. We need just to stop and revisit how we approach them. Now, as I said, it seems very nice, too good to be true. I believe that the approach, the method itself, is a valid method. So where's the problem? Why aren't we doing more? And this really is what I would like to get back to the previous section. Are we actually sufficiently aware of the importance of these databases, of curation, that some people think is a boring subject, some people think it's not important because we can always do new trials. And I feel that the issue is missing at the moment is infrastructure, how we ensure that investments are in place to not only collect data, integrate data, but have curation on the quality. And this is perhaps where real-world evidence will be make a jump in terms of its role in pediatric research. So to summarize, I would like to really make you think that randomized clinical trial, yes, is a gold standard where you have no limitations, but every time we have limitation, precision and uncertainty will play a role. Now, the question we as clinical scientists and clinicians need to raise is, how do I handle precision? How do I handle uncertainty before we even talk about regulatory criteria for approval. We need to consider that there is alternative ways of generating the data, different ways of analyzing them, and of course, we can and should not forget that we should integrate. So a single study will, in very few cases in a pediatric setting, be self-sufficient. It's the totality of the evidence that should be assessed, and this is another change in paradigm that perhaps it's for another talk. But the bottom line is that we have now the tools, modeling, simulation, extrapolation, as the basis for evidence synthesis, and we should be applying that even if we are not able to minimize uncertainty, because at the end of the day, there will be conditions, very extreme rare diseases, where uncertainty will be there until you gather new data. And that loop, that iterative process needs to be promoted in those cases. Yeah, I also think, based on what we have seen so far, is that there's very few opportunities so far for cross-fertilization. There are quite a lot of alternative methodology being developed in some therapeutic areas, and we are somehow siloed, we are fragmented, we are not taking the opportunity to cross-fertilize, methodologically speaking, what can be done to shift the paradigm in pediatric research. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Many thanks, Oscar, to make such informative and instructive presentation, alternative and complementary methodologies and trial design to enhance drug developments, pointing out the uncovered issues to be dealt with. So we had some questions from Claudio Fracasso. Is the time major enough for regulatory authorities to consider alternative to pragmatic trials for registrative purposes? What is your opinion?
So if I understand correctly, is the time mature enough to look at? I think the issue is not whether it's the right time. If we are I think as I said, I see the main challenge is the quality of data when you're going to these pragmatic trials. And what is missing is what I call we call that usually the sandbox. We have to play with design. We have to show stakeholders, and that's the power of simulation. We can run a clinical trial in the computer, and we can put all the factors, of course, not all the factors, but all relevant factors you know about, to explore what are the weak points and strengths of the design. And I feel that what we haven't done in the whole dialogue, we come with proposals, let's do this trial, but there is not really that comparative way, head-to-head comparison of how the operating characteristics are of each of the trials, because there is, I don't know if it's a statistical reluctance or people don't necessarily think we need to communicate that in a broader context, but we need to play with simulation scenarios. And I feel that is by showing the assumptions, by showing the uncertainties to stakeholders, that you then make a decision. Is it worth the trial? Because clearly there are areas where a traditional clinical trial will fail, either because you cannot get the data or because the results you get from that trial are not as informative. And this is, I think, for me, the critical point. We are assuming that a placebo-controlled randomized parallel design is optimal evidence generation, and that's not true for a lot of diseases. That's not true. And this is, I think, the point we need to try to educate people, that design, yes, is a gold standard, but not necessarily the most efficient. And perhaps we might even raise, is it ethical to do suboptimal data collection in children?
There is also a question from Adriana. Is there if there are many molecules targeting the same pediatric tumor, which approach do you suggest for selecting the more promising?
Yeah, so this is the situation where I would call a luxury situation. How do you test multiple drugs for a given disease if you don't know if the drugs are going to work? So I think what this specific question cannot be addressed only in the clinic, because I always say, well, you're doing trial and error in a patient population. So in that setting where you have a luxury of so many trials, we need a filter, we need a mechanism to screen the compounds perhaps there are now biomarkers. There are some tumor models that may not always reflect the pathology in humans, but we need to understand the pharmacology. So my answer is, if we do generate data ex vivo in an experimental model where you understand the pharmacology, we should take the drugs that show the best pharmacological activity into the clinic, and then work with futility, similar to the design I just showed with basket trials, where you're going to be skeptical. And if there is no evidence of a signal popping up within a very small number of subjects, you simply drop, because here it's not that you're not offering the patient a last chance of a cure. You are basically screening compounds, and you might say, well, I'm not going to treat patients when there's no real good signal here for me to continue exposing subjects to a treatment that might not work. So and especially when you know the underlying pharmacological activity, so you can actually drop those compounds. So futility becomes an important aspect. But again, we are not trained as clinicians, as clinical researchers, to drop. We want to hear the proof that it doesn't work has to come with lots of data. And I think this is, again, a lesson that needs to be learned. How do you handle futility when you are trained to look at large data to be convinced that something doesn't work?
Thanks, Oscar. If there is no further question, thanks again, and I will give you the floor to Cosimo Altomare, that we will speak about modeling and simulation in silico methodologies for drug discovery in pediatric research. So it will deal again on other aspects and complementary aspects of alternative methodology. Cosimo is a professor at Bari University in the Department of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Science. So Cosimo, you have.
Yes, thanks, Anna Grazia, but I have a problem, a technical problem with sharing my slides. Please, Mariangela, can you share the slides yourself? Mariangela?
Just a moment, I'm trying to share your screen, your presentation. You should see now my screen. I will put it in a wide screen.
Yes.
Mode.
Okay.
Okay. Great.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your introduction, Anna Grazia, and especially thank you for the invitation to this General Assembly. Is the occasion for me to share with you some comments, some point of view about the role of medicinal chemistry in general, or in silico methodologies for drug discovery in pediatric research. It's just some opinion, some point of view on the point where we are. Actually, a real progress in drug discovery comes from please, the other slide. Comes from the contribution of bioinformatics and chemoinformatics in the path from disease to drug. But the main problem is related to the possibility to combine at the early phase of drug discovery in preclinical research, in the molecular part of this research, how to combine what we know now about the possibility to design good molecules. I'm thinking about, for example, on the progress that cheminformatics and bioinformatics have introduced in the discovery, in the acceleration of discovery, on the overcoming of attrition in discovery of some important drugs such as anti-tumor, antivirus, and so on. But the problem now is how to combine what we know about the methods of drug discovery for special population, for small population, such as pediatric population. Please, next slide. And this is, as you can see, supported by constantly updated three-dimensional structure information. I will limit the chemistry just to few information. Constantly updated the 3D structural information, such as protein data bank, advanced resolving technique for the discovering, for identifying new druggable targets, such as X-ray crystallography, NMR, and structure-based in silico strategy and tools. So the problem, from my point of view, is the challenge, because I think that age-related drug design and development still represent a challenge. And from my point of view, the challenge is how to include at the early phase of drug discovery parameters about pharmacokinetics. It means ADME, toxicology, and especially metabolism-related toxicology, as with some example I will discuss after. So we move in the field before formulation, where the problem is a good binder to a good druggable target can become a drug if bioavailability and toxicology toxicological issue are solved at the early phase of drug discovery. This is not an obvious and a trivial task. Next slide, please. The methods we use in the so-called rational drug design, which is a knowledge-based inventive process, please, Mariangela, go ahead, is two kinds of approach. Just to simplify, one is a ligand-based approach, where we know the structure of ligands, we know biological data, in vitro biological data, or ex vivo or in vivo biological data, and we try to obtain a model of relationships between structure and activity. And this is the field of the so-called QSAR. It means quantitative structure activity relationships, or a variant of that, which is comparative molecular field analysis, not only equation, but also rules discriminating, for example, between active and inactive compounds, toxic and non-toxic, and so on and so on. When we know the three-dimensional structure of our target, we adopted a structure-based approach. We know the protein three-dimensional structure, the receptor, the target in general. We calculate its binding mode, and we predict a favorable docking and molecular dynamics. Next slide. So, but if you give a look to this kind of graphic, is a plot of principal component analysis, is an approach, is a multivariate statistical approach to evaluate the chemical and biological space. Here you have the representation of many molecules extracted from the zinc database, complying with the famous rule we use to design good molecules with good bioavailability. That is the Lipinski rule of 5, which is a filter based on empirical analysis of drug after FDA approval. So this is the representation of about 3,000 active compounds against a total of 40 biological targets. And as you can see, please go ahead. Next animation, please. The different therapeutic classes, please, before Okay, different therapeutic classes look at different space regions, however, overlaps and voids occur. This means that even at this level, please, the next slide, please. And here you have the exploration of the molecular space. Please go ahead. With the different molecular properties, and as you can see, all the space is explored. This means that the difficulty to explore the chemical and biological space to find the interconnection. So sometimes we use this expression. Please go to the next slide. Navigating from chemical to biology and medicinal spaces is as finding a needle in an haystack. But we have several demonstrations, several proof that the QSAR approach and molecular modeling approach can improve the search of good molecules. The problem for special population, for children, for example, is how to include in the early drug design some important parameters such as bioavailability and pharmacokinetics in general. Please go ahead, go to the next slide. Drug design in pediatrics, it means discovery and development of child appropriate medicine in a real life open challenge space. That is, we need a property-based drug design optimization approach, which from my point of view can face the problem of age-related bioavailability. It means absorption, distribution, metabolism, and extraction, and the elimination, excuse me, and the problem related to metabolism-related toxicology. Please, next slide. Age-related ADME, pharmacokinetics, bioavailability. Let's assess, for example, just the effect of pH-dependent ionization on drug solubility. In the next slide, you have this table where, please, next slide, where as you can see the change of pH of the stomach gastric fluid pH during the first 28 days in a newborn, in infant, in child, and in adolescent. As you can see, there is a strong dependence of bioavailability for oral drug, and this represents a challenge, for example, for drug design. Please, next slide. And indeed, next slide, please. And indeed, for example, some groups, some researchers, and ourselves are working about a definition of age-related biopharmaceutical classification system, which is important for including this kind of parameters. Please, next slide. In a recent publication, next slide, please. In a recent publication, for example, some authors have classified these new drugs, next slide, please, using age-appropriate initial gastric volume. And they examined, for example, next animation, please. They examined several drugs in the essential medicine of World Organization system, essential medicine on the list for children. And as you can see, for antibiotics, central nervous system drugs, and so on, there is a difference related to the age of children from newborn to adolescent. There is a significant change in the biopharmaceutical classification system, which is important for designing good molecules. Next slide, please. Another point is related to metabolism-related toxicology. first pass metabolic inactivation, it means toxication of drugs, can affect the bioavailability of orally administered medicine. The activity of drug metabolizing enzyme is low at birth. It varies during the first 2 years, and children in general have a higher ratio between liver size, for example, and hepatic flow, blood flow per body weight, which tends to increase hepatic clearance of chemicals when enzymatic activity is the same to that observed in adults. So this is another important point. We need to know this for designing good molecules. Please go to the next slide. For example, here is the shown the metabolism of chloramphenicol, which is a second-line antibiotics, but still used for some meningitis, for example, where the toxicity of these compounds, the so-called Gray baby syndrome, this is a very classic example, is related, for example, to glucuronidation and especially and to other reactions. So to have it is important for us to have a good system for predicting metabolism in children, for example, and include this kind of information at the early drug discovery. Next slide, please. We should not forget also the rule, for example, in formulation science of the excipient. For example, aspartame or other excipient, which are used also in formulating drug for medicine for children, which can have a toxicant metabolism, a toxicophore metabolism in children. For example, next slide, please. Here, next animation. Here is shown the example of the aspartame, which can give with 3 metabolic pathway aspartate, which is an excitotoxic, an excitotoxin, methanol, which is a neurotoxic, and phenylalanine here as a source of which can be should be avoided in children with phenylketonuria. So the real change is how to include all this information. This is a part of the problem in our system to help a good and specific drug design, selective drug design. Please, the next slide. For example, we can use we use generally this software, this database with some methods appropriated for searching this, which is called MetaQSAR database, which is based on metabolite classification. Next slide, please. Here, the data into this database, which is based on very accurate data in metabolism. Next slide. Here, the classical classification based on chemical similarity of this metabolic, and in the last slide about this. Next slide, please. The results from the first application, and especially I will not show, for example, even the successful example of conjugation reaction, for example, glucuronidation and so on, which are very well predicted with toxicity associated to these processes in this database. In this case, you have several drugs in several therapeutic areas which can which can be well predicted, as the results here which can be well predicted for your metabolic destination, metabolic activity and toxicity related to these metabolites. Next slide, please. Just to go to conclude, we are developing also some new model for several authors and ourselves in my group. We are working about the prediction of developmental toxicity, which means develop a computational platform for predicting age-related toxicity, which is based on the good selection of in silico methods currently available for predicting developmental toxicity. Next animation, please. Data gathering from recent high-quality database, for example, the latest QSAR Toxicity Toolbox release, STEP, that is safety and toxicity of excipients of pediatric database, and lastly, derivation of new developmental toxicity model based on machine learning and artificial intelligence. Next slide, please. And here, some data and tools we are exploiting for developing this kind of system of prediction model for toxicity with a special focus on small population and children especially. And so here the main features of this database and tools we are using for integrating in one system our prediction methods, which are the efforts we are making in this case. So just to conclude this talk, the take-home message is that drug design in pediatrics still represents a challenge. In silico medicinal chemistry or drug design may contribute to advancing optimizing drug for children, for small population, for example. And in this case, third animation, please. Reliable property-based approach. It means a specific, a selective biopharmaceutical classification method, and the advancement in understanding and predicting age-related drug metabolism and toxicity may contribute to progress in pediatric drug design. So I apologize for this presentation because it was too animated, and I cannot manage well. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Cosimo, for your very comprehensive presentation. Please, I would like to underline that this topic will also be developed during the workshop that will be organized by GBF with the expert within European Joint Program Rare Disease. Is there any question for Cosimo? If not, since we are late, I can give the floor to Saskia De Wilde and Madeleine Gazarian. They will talk about the evaluation of off-label use of medicine in pediatric population in an international and global perspective. So Saskia and Madeleine, you have the floor.
So thank you very much. Well, Firstly, I was under the impression that we're splitting our time, and so I was going to present for the first half and then Saskia for the second. So my apologies if that's not the case. So look, thank you again for the invitation to present on this topic, which is very near and dear to my own heart, as you'll see by the end of the presentation. And interestingly, the last time I participated in the TEDI General Assembly was in 2018, when I was the only remote participant. Here we are 3 years down the track, and we're all participating remotely thanks to COVID. So at least I feel less an outsider in that respect. Okay, next slide, please. I'm not seeing the whole slide. Is it possible to show it in its entirety? Okay. So look, just to start with definitions, the majority of the people on this meeting will be very familiar with the term off-label, but for those who may not be, it refers to the prescription of a registered medicine for a use that's not included or is disclaimed in the regulatory approved prescribing information. And so any use outside the approved indication, age, dose, route or formulation is referred to as off-label. In distinction to that term, the term unlicensed is used to refer to prescription of a medicine or dosage form which has not been approved or evaluated at all by the medicines regulator. Important to note that there's actually quite a bit of variability in terms and definitions in the literature, which then impacts on how these concepts are measured in terms of the extent of the practice. But let's just stick to the usually understood definition of off-label. Next slide, please. Again, as we know, off-label and unlicensed medicines use is a very common therapeutic strategy in the paediatric population, with particularly high prevalence in hospital settings, in ICU patients, and in those sorts of environments, up to 90% or more of medicines used can be off-label or unlicensed. As we know, also in the younger ages, especially neonates and specialty areas or new medicines. So in many ways, it's actually the norm rather than the exception in many areas of paediatric practice. Now, of course, in some circumstances, it may represent the best option and the most evidence-based option. But in general, the balance of benefits and harms with many off-label uses is often less well known. And so the risk of ineffective therapy and the risk of harm are real. And of course, there's also accumulating evidence of not just potential harm, but actual harm from some off-label uses in the literature, including from some that have been well accepted and long established. Next slide, please. So the associated issues are multiple, including clinical, safety, ethical, legal and financial. And all of these require a careful and responsible approach to the practice of off-label prescribing. And the key ethical considerations in particular relevant to responsible off-label prescribing, several, and they're nicely summarised in the paper that I've cited there. And first and foremost, it's evaluating whether there is sufficient evidence to justify off-label use. Secondly, to collect information and conduct research when there is inadequate evidence about an off-label use. And thirdly, ensuring that patients are informed about any uncertainties and potential costs associated with off-label prescribing. Now, very interestingly, when you look at health professionals' awareness and knowledge about the range of associated issues, in particular the ethical considerations, appears to be variable and generally poor in many instances, which is interesting. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. And when you look at how the evaluation of the appropriateness of off-label uses has been approached historically, first point to make is that the practice is not regulated by medicines regulatory agencies, and the other decision makers have taken generally highly variable approaches, including individual prescribers, where they've been expected to use their professional judgment to determine appropriateness in individual patients, but often with insufficient information or guidance with regard to how to exercise that judgment. Similarly, developers of prescribing information resources or treatment guidelines have historically used a combination of scientific evidence and expert opinion, but with variable contributions from each and often difficult to tease out what exactly has been done. So unsurprisingly, there's often highly variable decisions and recommendations that result from such variable approaches. Next slide, please. So became quite clear, certainly to me, quite some time ago, that there was need for a more systematic and explicit approach to decision-making about off-label medicines use. Next slide, please. And I apologise for the amount of detail on this particular slide, and I've called it a personal odyssey, with apologies to Greek mythology and Homer's Odyssey, which apparently took 20 years, and my own odyssey with regard to off-label medicines use evaluation has already clocked up 20 years and still counting. And this is a bit of a timeline summary where in the early 2000s we started with Sydney Children's Hospital with a very sort of basic framework drawn on the back of an envelope, essentially, that would satisfy clinical need and evidence requirements, and hopefully bring a bit more structure to decision making. And once we developed that guidance, I thought, well, look, this is happening in lots of places, and we need to do better in standardising our decision making for paediatric patients wherever they may be. And took this to our statewide therapeutic advisory group, and lo and behold, the executive officer said, well, Madeline, this is not just a paediatric issue, it's happening all over the place. So let's develop a more general guidance. And so that led to this publication in 2006, consensus recommendations for evaluating appropriateness of appropriateness of off-label uses. Now that particular publication involved pediatric and adult considerations, and interestingly led the following year to an invitation from the World Health Organization to expand that work with more detailed considerations for the pediatric population, to provide advice to them in the process of their development of the first essential medicines list for children. And so that 2007 guidance was pediatric focused, and once again provided a structured algorithm. Don't worry, I'm going to elaborate on what these are. I'm just giving you a quick time frame. Following on from that, we came back to Australia and decided, well, here we have some national guidance. Let's bring this to a nationally agreed process and structured decision making, and that's the Council of Australian Therapeutic Advisory Groups guidance, which I will elaborate in much more detail in the next few slides. The very last initiative builds on and expands on some of the learnings from this earlier work, and it's through the International Society of Pharmacoepidemiology Pediatric Special Interest Group, where we've convened a working group to focus in particular on pharmacoepidemiological perspectives in looking at the off-label medicines use issue. And again, I'll elaborate on that towards the end of the talk. So next slide, please. The initial invitation from Teddy for me was to talk about the Australian approach to evaluating off-label medicines use. So here we are. This is the current sort of nationally agreed consensus guidance on how to evaluate proposed off-label uses of medicines. And it's worth going into a little bit of detail in terms of how we went about developing this guidance, because it then relates to the relevance of the recommendations that we came up with at the end of the process. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this was a multi-stage process of development over about a year in 2013. It was led by a specialised project team with expertise in clinical pharmacology and therapeutics in both adult and paediatric domains, as well as clinical pharmacy input. So I was one of the co-chairs, and my other co-chair was a senior clinical pharmacist. So the guidance development process built on the previous Australian and international guidance, including the WHO work, and updated review of international literature that had been published subsequent to that. It was informed by an expert advisory group with a range of expertise in therapeutics, both in adult and paediatric domains, quality use of medicines, evidence-based medicine, clinical medicine and pharmacy, again, both in adult and paediatric areas, nursing, as well as inpatient and consumer issues. We obtained medico-legal advice and input from national medical indemnity organisations, and the previous iterations had also sought specific input from ethicists with regard to those considerations. Importantly, we also undertook an external consultation with a wide range of key national organisations, including seeking input from the National Medicines Regulator. And all of this was wrapped up in a systematic consensus development process with several rounds of review and input from the expert advisory group, as well as the wider membership of the organisation. And for those who want to find out more, the full details of that process are in the appendix of the guidance that I've provided the web link for. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So at the end of all of this, we ended up with 7 guiding principles, which I've listed here, and each of them are also accompanied by detailed recommendations relating to how to apply those principles or how to follow those principles. It's important to emphasise that the core of the guiding principles is in number 2, where the use of high quality evidence to determine appropriateness of off-label medicines use is where it hangs off. And the other considerations relate to shared decision making, appropriate information for patients and carers, independent review of the evidence that's presented, and the recommendations to be made with regard to the overall benefit risk ratio, and the important new recommendation in this guidance was to also prospectively evaluate outcomes, including effectiveness and safety. So these principles and the detailed recommendations were endorsed by all of the Australian state-based therapeutic advisory groups, as well as over 15 national organisations who'd been consulted. And I'm pleased to say that subsequent to its wider dissemination, there have been many more national organisations that have either adopted this policy or adapted the recommendations in some shape or form to inform practice. So next slide, please. The devil's in the detail, as they say. So we developed quite a detailed decision algorithm to accompany these recommendations. And the big arrow is pointing to the kind of, as I said, the key part is to ask, is there high quality evidence supporting the proposed use if it happens to be off-label? The more detailed advice about what kinds of evidence to be sought. Next slide, please. So the very specifically the need for critical evaluation of the best available patient-based research evidence for effectiveness and safety. So not just biological rationale or physiological rationale, which are important, but to seek out patient-based outcomes or clinical outcomes to support evidence of effectiveness and safety. And a routine off-label use could be justified if there's high-quality evidence supporting effectiveness and sufficient evidence about the safety spectrum to suggest a favourable benefit-risk ratio for a given clinical context. So again, it's not just the evidence, but it's the weighing up of the benefit-risk as well as incorporating the clinical context. Very important additional considerations that are detailed in the recommendations are relating to issues for special populations, such as paediatrics, and the need to seek both relevant evidence and to incorporate relevant expertise in interpreting those. Also, consideration of seriousness of the underlying condition, and comparative data if alternative treatments are available, seeking data on comparative effectiveness and safety, as well as cost effectiveness, etc. You get the picture. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So the interesting aspect of this guidance was that even though it is for the whole population, adult and paediatric, as I mentioned, the incorporation of the paediatric specific work was important in a twofold way, in that it provided detailed recommendations with regard to the paediatric population, as well as the generalities of that evidence, the recommendations about how to do this was basically generalized to the adult population. So kind of the reverse of the direction that these things happen. So this is the appendix of the KTAG guidance, where the extract is from the WHO guidance from 2007. But to summarise the highlights with relation to making sure that the right evidence, the right expertise and the right processes are brought together in the evaluation of proposed off-label uses. Next slide, please. And this is again a screenshot from the actual guidance itself, where the reference is made to the need for independent expert judgments to be exercised in interpreting the evidence and evaluating its validity and making decisions about its applicability. And the additional key points with regard to the specific populations needs should be addressed by health professionals with specialised clinical and therapeutics expertise in those areas. Next slide, please. So at the end of that detailed process, and I'm sorry, I'm just flying through this because of the sort of time constraints, but what's important to highlight in this algorithm is that the red circled areas, the larger red circled area is pointing at 4 categories of off-label uses that could be undertaken, ranging from, on the left, the blue box, where routine use, high quality evidence is available and routine use is justified, to all the way on the right side in the purple is use only in a research context. In between those two, the 2 other categories of therapeutic use, where it's the orange one is exceptional use in individual patients justified by pre-specified criteria, or in the green box where it's conditional use in a group of patients with evidence generation. Now, if the proposed use doesn't fit into any of those 4 categories, then there is a do not use recommendation. So essentially there are 3 types of therapeutic use that could be undertaken in a pre-specified justifiable way, or research conducted. But if you can't do any of those, then do not use is the other category. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And then towards the bottom of the algorithm, you can see that the recommendations with regard to informed consent and prospective outcome evaluation are different depending on which category you end up in, depending on what the evidence evaluation concludes. And again, in the full guidance, we provide detailed specifications about what that means, but the algorithm is a nice summary of highlighting the key points. Next slide, please. Next slide, thank you. So the key highlights of this structured evaluation process is the systematic evaluation of the evidence base and rigorous harm-benefit assessments for proposed uses. I think we've gone through all of this, the specifications below that. Importantly, the second point about shared decision-making with consumers and an agreed process for consistent and rigorous ethical oversight of off-label prescribing follows on from the first point and aligns with the ethical principles that I referred to or cited in one of the earlier slides. And then lastly, the prospective evaluation of outcomes as a condition of approval or access, which was at the time that we developed these recommendations, it was seen as rather aspirational, but now it's become more accepted and more achievable in terms of generation of real-time and real-world evidence to inform future decision-making and ongoing assessments of place in therapy for these off-label uses that in the past would have just come into practice and not been further examined. So, so the recommendations that we've ended up with regard to evaluating appropriateness not only support appropriate uses where they're just justified, but also align with the ethical principles that we referred to earlier. Next slide, please. And we identified a number of areas of future work, in particular number 2, where we recognised that more specific education and training for prescribers and other decision makers was needed, both to improve awareness and knowledge of issues associated with off-label medicines use, but also to develop more skills and more sophisticated skills to support evidence-based and ethical decision-making and quality use of medicines. I was involved in the GRIP project that many of you are familiar with, and tried to incorporate some of these principles in the pilot international masters for paediatric medicines that we had developed within the pharmacoepidemiology module. So I'm not sure where that's up to, but certainly a lot more work needs to be done in addressing that aspect, as well as some of the other things that we've got listed as future work for us. Next slide, please. So the last and currently in progress part of the Odyssey is the work through the International Society of Pharmacoepidemiology that I've boxed at the bottom there. Next slide, please. And this was, or this is, the title of our project is to develop guidance for the application of pharmacoepidemiological research and methods to best inform therapeutic decision-making for off-label medicines use. I'm chairing this working group, and my co-chair is Susan Dos-Reis, and a range of highly enthusiastic paediatric pharmacoepidemiology colleagues, including several paediatric clinical pharmacologists, actually. We started with a scoping review, and I'm just going to run through some preliminary findings of this. With our objectives being to describe and critically review current international approaches to guide and oversee off-label medicines use. And what we found was a heterogeneous set of guidances, about 20 at the moment, 70% of which were paediatric focused. And the majority were policy guidelines or standards that were developed by national or regional professional or healthcare organisations. Interestingly, none were by major medicines regulators. 45% were from Europe, and I've included UK in there. In fact, quite a number of the guidances were from the UK. 35% from North America, 10% from Australia, and only 10% had a global remit at the time of development. And the important points to highlight at this stage, and I must emphasise this is preliminary findings, it's work in progress. The guidance development processes varied widely, interestingly, and only 50% provided explicit description of their development process to enable, some kind of evaluation of the soundness of their recommendations. There was high variability in the types of expertise, experience and perspectives that were contributing to these guidances. And the use of systematic consensus development processes or inviting input from external organisations was reported in only 30%. The variability in the recommendations, well, the guidance recommendations themselves were also variable. About 2/3 did provide key principles for decision-making about appropriateness of off-label uses, but only 35% provided more explicit frameworks or guidance for the evaluation of appropriateness. For example, more guidance with regard to the types of research evidence to be sought, the optimal types and mix of expertise that are needed, and the processes for making evaluations and reaching sound overall judgments about it.
Sorry if I cut you, but
it's the last one.
The question is that we have we have some timelines to respect it. Maybe if there are some questions, you can answer during the discussion. Okay.
This is the last slide. And just to finish on that last point, only 25% provided detailed ethical frameworks for evaluating appropriateness of use and comprehensive processes for shared decision-making and appropriate informed consent. So I'm going to stop there and hand over to Saskia, and some of these points hopefully we'll be able to pick up in discussion time.
Thanks a lot, Madeleine, for underlining really all the clinical, safe and ethical, legal and financial aspects associated to off-label use and development. Saskia, do you have the presentation? A presentation, yes. Or do you have just a comment? Saskia, please, I have a problem because Jean Hervec, the next speaker, has to leave obligatory on the at 1.
Okay, I can be short in 50 minutes because I also have obligations after 1.
Okay, because otherwise he cannot. Can you
give me access to my? I have made some changes to my presentation. Can you give me access to share my screen?
Saskia, really, because otherwise Jean it will be not able to talk at all. That's because at 1 he's leaving, so that's why really.
Okay, I have 10 minutes. I'll be done. 15 minutes. I'll be done at 12:40.
Thanks a lot. That's very kind.
Yes, but can you give me my right to share? Yes, thank you. Then I can put my. PowerPoint share. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for inviting me to present also about the off-label work we are doing in the Netherlands. And I think it's a nice order that Madeleine presented her background on off-label prescribing. I'd like to have a discussion with her on the decision chart they've made regarding level of evidence. We will just be submitting a paper where we show that of the off-label use in pediatrics, only 5% is supported by high level of evidence. So I don't know what to do with the other 40% of drugs that are off-label and low evidence. So I think that's an interest that asks for an interesting discussion, and it would not be feasible in the Netherlands, your flowchart. But luckily in Europe, we have, in the Netherlands and other countries, we have been able to solve some of the issues that Madeleine alluded to. I don't have to respond this, about 40–50% of drugs that are prescribed, of prescriptions, are still off-label, dependent on where you are, which unit you are based on, which country or which subspecialty, but it is a rough estimate. It's still considerable. And it means that physicians still have a problem finding the adequate dose to provide to patients. And this is representative of all the guidelines we had in the Netherlands about 10–15 years ago. Some of them still exist, where different handbooks were put out with dosages. Even your own writing book where you would get the dose from your colleague or from a supervisor, who would tell you which dose to use. Well, nobody had an idea where the doses would come from. And my colleagues considered that this was not very, how do you say, not very high quality when you want to prescribe to patients. Similarly, for most books used internationally, the evidence behind these dosages was also hard to find or not even findable. So we decided in around 2008 that we wanted to do something about this. And what we did is we developed the pediatric formulary, or the Kinderformularium, and some other additional handbooks or projects to give more information on doses in renal insufficiency, patient information, and neonatology. And now we have started with expanding to Europe with the 3 other countries who are also now collaborating, and we use our doses as well. And the picture is in Dutch, and it's an illustration of how stupid things sometimes go, where a suppository pediatric paracetamol gives as a potential use menstruation pain, and to be used between kids between 3 months and 1 year. Well, I think that's a bit weird. And it's I think they took it off. It's not there anymore after we put it up. So going back to off-label, in Europe we use the summary of product characteristics, which describe the approved use of the drug, and often it indeed says do not use in children or other ages, sometimes lower, because the efficacy and safety have not been investigated or documented. And this is based on data that are submitted by the company, by the market authorization holder to the regulator. And we often feel that's more a disclaimer than an absolute contraindication. And we also think that, but I need to go back on this a little bit, is that off-label is often not evidence. It depends on how you define evidence, but we feel that so many drugs have been used for so long that we know quite a bit about them and that there is some evidence. Well, I don't have to repeat this. Different indications, different ages, other doses, and other routes of administration for which the drug is registered are all considered off-label use. And again, no evidence is not similar to a lack of evidence. And sometimes, and I even my colleagues in publications or guidelines say these things like, okay, it has been shown that this and this and this drug doesn't work for this indication in this age group, or it doesn't work in this age group. And then when you go back and you look at the evidence they're presenting, then it's often that there are no trials. So instead of saying, well, there is no evidence to support it, they say there is no evidence that. And I think that's a very important message, and that people need to remember this. And we feel that it's not unethical, and I think as a pediatrician, you sometimes have to dose a patient. You have to give a certain drug to a patient, otherwise the patient will either die or will incur morbidity because of the disease. And to base your decisions on limited information, as long as the decision is based on careful evaluation of risk and benefits, as already alluded to by Madeline. And again, not researched is not the same as ineffective or unsafe. And what we provide as the pediatric formulary, we are now a foundation, is that we provide advices based on best available evidence. So we don't say evidence-based, but best available evidence. Is off-label use legal? In the Netherlands, it is legal, but it's only allowed when the healthcare community has described its use in guidelines or standards, and when they are not there or they are under development, the treating physician needs to consult with the dispensing pharmacist. And I think a framework how to do this and what you need to consult on how to come to the decision is highly needed. And we just published a framework how you can do this really in practice. What kind of information do you need to come to your decision, including more pharmacokinetic, pharmacodynamic data that you can find, is really important to do this and is highly needed. So we decided in around 2008 that we set up the pediatric formulary and perform benefit risk analysis for use of drug in children based on available scientific literature, the license information, because of course many drugs are licensed, and expert opinion. So we present dosing and other information for all drugs being used in the Netherlands for kids. And we developed an SOP for the literature search, the selection, evaluation and documenting of the literature. And we decided we wanted to be web-based and open access and unbiased. So we are not taking any payment or nudging from the pharmaceutical industry to include drugs or to support our sustainability. And we started because we wanted to be pragmatic. We started with the most widely used formulary at the time, which was from one of the university hospitals. And we used the dosing, the licensing information if it was licensed above 1 year of age, and all the other drugs were prioritized. And we also prioritized them to first do antibiotics and gastrointestinal drugs. We were first launched in 2008, and as you can say, at that time it was not a completely best evidence formulary, but a combination of consensus-based doses and SMPCs. But from there on, we started working to make every single drug dose best evidence supported. When we started, we took the GRADE approach and base our evaluation on systematic reviews, but we found that there were hardly trials in kids, very scarce RCTs and reviews, very small populations, lack of stratification on age, and drug formulations. All studies were often not available in the Netherlands. Then we said, well, maybe just only using GRADE to put a drug in a formulary is maybe not the best way to go, and maybe we should start thinking about a more clinical pharmacology or a regulatory based approach. Going from also looking at pharmacokinetics and doses being used in trials that in positive trials. So we changed our way of drug monograph development. We looked for indications, and for these indications we looked for doses, and we focused on doses and pharmacokinetics, and adverse events and contraindications, because we also noticed that of course in the Netherlands the Pediatric Society develops multidisciplinary guidelines, and we said, okay, the choice of therapy, if a drug should be prescribed, is up to them, but once it is decided the drug should be prescribed, then we will give the dose and safety information. So this is what happens. We have two pharmacists who review the literature now on an ongoing basis. They summarize the literature, and they present us with the best possible dose. And this is being reviewed by a multidisciplinary expert network. And this is very valuable because sometimes they come up with drug doses that are not really used in practice, or drug doses that we discuss, like should a very high dose be put in the formulary, or is this a dose that's only be used by one or two really subspecialists in the Netherlands, and we don't put it there.
Saskia, sorry, we cannot see your slide. Sorry, we cannot see your slide.
Oh, you only say this now?
Yes, it's always the same. That's why we want to verify, but I think that the others cannot see. So you...
But it says here that I share my slides.
Yes, but only the first one, and after you stop to advance it. That's why.
Oh, no,
Okay.
I'm at 17 right now on my own screen. That's strange. Can you now see them? Because I took them out of presenter mode.
Yes, right now, yes, slide 18. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I took them out of presenter. Now they're really small, but you can zoom in this program. So this is a, oh, that's really too bad. This is a screenshot of how the website looks now. You can look up the drug, and there you'll get the dose advice. And the a little bit smaller, then you can still read it. Yeah. So it's an official Dutch a guideline for dosing, endorsed by the relevant learned societies, and all the pediatric treatment guidelines refer to the dosing to the pediatric formulary, and about everyone in the Netherlands uses it, also because the databases for the electronic health record systems take the doses from our database. And then we started on some improvement projects to provide doses for renal insufficiency. We added a dose calculator, information for parents, and a neonatology dose project. And of course, we went international. So we have we also try to look in the literature for the relevant drugs that are renally excreted, to find pediatric papers supporting dosing guidance in renal insufficiency, but it was so limited that we in the end decided to take the dose advices from adults and adjust our pediatric doses on a theoretical basis, and not go down to kids less than 1 month of age, because there's also maturation of the kidney extremely important. But you can find this information now on a separate tab of the website. We introduced a calculator, and we showed that those mistakes are reduced when the calculator is being used. But we have taken it off recently because we are struggling with the new European medical devices regulations. And we're trying to find a solution that's affordable to keep the calculator in. And we also collaborated with the Dutch Pharmacy Association to get information on relevant drugs for parents and kids on a separate website, but with a link on our own website to explain to parents what off-label drug use is and why their kid may have received a drug for which the indication is not mentioned on the information leaflet. And then finally, this year we launched, together with our German colleagues, our Austrian and Norwegian colleagues, versions in these countries where labeling information is checked for their own country, and where the relevant drugs for each country are published. And if they're not relevant because they're being used in these countries, they're taken off. And we've built one common database where we have all these country databases. And we now slowly but surely also start to collaborate on developing of these drug monographs. So in a very little bit, that's why I need to stop my presentation as well. I have to chair the meeting where we discuss revisions of a couple of the drug monographs with the expert panel, and now the international experts are also being included. So these are the countries. And thank you. And I did a speed presentation here to make up for Madeline's time. And I hope we can have like 2 minutes for questions.
Yes, of course. Many thanks, Saskia, for the overview you provided. Very interesting. There is a question for you. Considering that off-label use is dishomogeneous among different member states, can we have an European common formulary, or we will need to use national approach also in the next future?
I'm trying to get stop my sharing. No, I think doses are not different between different countries. So the hallmark of our formulary is the dose. So it's all based on the same science. There may be some differences in consensus and experiences of physicians, but we know that now that we do these editorial board meetings internationally, we challenge physicians to say, okay, why do you use this dose, and what is based on? And then when you have this kind of discussions, in the end, we always come to a harmonized dose. So I think, yes, it's possible to have an European one. The big problem is the financing, the sustainability. All of our countries get money from either the government or insurance companies individually. And I think that's at this moment the most feasible, the feasible model. Also because then you can adapt your formulary to your own country. And we are also looking at the kind of business case by which individual hospitals or countries can get a subscription to an English website like the BNFC, but we are not actively pursuing this at this moment because we're just too busy with rolling this out and making sure these 4 countries are doing well and developing the content even further in a even more regulatory science way of thinking.
If I might comment on that issue around the difference between countries, at an international and global level, labeling status is not a particularly useful concept, particularly for the pediatric population. So really what we need is an agreement on evidence standards and that could be applied to specific decisions about specific medicines. But at an international and global level, those should be able to be agreed upon and standardized. The labeling status is like a surrogate for the evidence status. So I'd certainly like to, for us as a community to work towards that and not be too distracted by, you know, off-label or unlicensed, etc.
No, we also change doses that are drugs for which there are labeled doses. We change the doses often because we feel that the dose in the label is not accurate, and there's new evidence to support different doses. So we do present the labeled dose, and if it's a good label dose, then we just use it. Otherwise, we change it, and the regulator, but also the Ministry of Health and the Inspection of Health let us do this because we can say, okay, there's better evidence supporting you need to change the dose, and I think that's the least interesting part. I think the more interesting is part when you say the evidence is good enough to support the dose. What I'm really worried about is that people will continue to say there needs to be high quality evidence before you can prescribe off-label, because if that's the case, and what we've shown in our recent evaluation is that the current way of thinking, the Cochrane way of thinking, will get 40% of the drugs out, and you cannot prescribe them anymore. You need special permission. Well, that's not doable in pediatrics, and that's not doable in pregnancy either. So I'm really worried about putting the high quality evidence thing really high on all these off-label guidance documents, and I hope you in Australia have a way around this, because I don't know if the pediatricians are happy.
If I can, well, as I mentioned, the guidance development group included pediatric expertise and consultation with pediatric groups. Of course, there's a lot of challenges with regard to implementation in practice, but if I might clarify with regard to the objectives of that proposed algorithm and detailed recommendations, is dual. Firstly, to drive better practice, but concurrently to also drive the needed research in areas of clinical need. So the idea is meant to be that that works in concert rather than separately. So and there's certainly been examples where people have come forth with wanting to use something off-label in Australia, where through application of that algorithm or the decision or the recommendations have come to the conclusion, oh, actually, you know what, we're going to go and design a research study to use this in a research context rather than a therapeutic context. So I think for us as a community of researchers and practitioners, on the one hand, we're having challenges with, you know, getting the needed research done or people's willingness to participate in research. And on the other hand, we sometimes might be taking away the drive for the needed research. So, so that's the clarification with regard to the intent of those recommendations, which by the way, has been, you know, accepted widely by a very wide range of professional entities. So you know, the discussion around this, unfortunately, is going to, you know, that we don't have enough time to draw out the various complexities and the different layers that need to go into this. It's not simple, you know, a simple case of, oh, we've got to do this way or got to do this that way. But as I mentioned, the duality of improving practice and improving research is really important to consider, and this is part of what we're hopefully going to try and do in the ISPE working group project that I referred to, where through identifying what are the optimal evidence requirements to inform therapeutic decision making and feeding that into what optimal research should be done specifically in terms of pediatric pharmacopedemiology. And in this day and age of very rapidly advancing methods and initiatives in real-world data and real-world evidence, it actually, you know, is not that far away that we can connect those questions to the very rapid generation of the needed evidence to inform.
Okay, Madam, there's one question that Adriana wants us to address very quickly. It's from Paula. Well, we discussed this. It's from Paula. question from Paula, how did we manage to get the regulators on board in the Netherlands? Well, the regulators don't put it in they don't change the labels. They acknowledge that we have a practical problem to treat patients. We have an ethical problem. We need to treat patients, and so they and the law says that you can prescribe off-label. So the regulators have nothing to do with our formulary. It's the Ministry or the Inspection of Health that follows that physicians actually prescribe according to the law. And by us providing the best dose or and liaising with the guideline committees helps physicians to be secure that the off-label prescribing they do is supported by guidelines. And I think that's something that you need to take into account when you start this discussion. The regulator doesn't have to approve it, and it's a bit different across countries. And it's different legally, but you should talk to Germany, where they are much stronger, stricter when it comes to the regulator in relation to off-label use, and they may give you more guidance.
Okay, thanks a lot to both for the interesting input and discussion. We can give the floor right now to Jean Herweg. This is a new member of TADI, and he is an expert in data protection and is the director of LIS department of CRIDS at Namur University. Jean, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. I hope you are hearing me well. Please start as slide 8, please. Perfect, thank you. So I'm a lawyer, and as such, I'm going to talk about some legal aspect. And the topic of this talk is about codes of conduct in data protection. And so, as you are all well aware, data protection is a legal discipline studying the place of the citizen in the information society. But data protection is also a fundamental right of the citizen, which is well protected as such. Next slide, please. And as such, data protection has developed mainly in Europe through the new set of common rules known as the General Data Protection Regulation, or the GDPR. The GDPR is applicable since May 2018, and it has raised a lot of issues. Next slide, please. And so the GDPR is articulated around two major axes. The first one is to prevent the misuse of personal data. And so the first axe is around the goal to impose obligations upon data controllers and data processors. But the second axis is about supporting the data subject informational rights, meaning the best example is, of course, the right of access to your personal data. Next slide, please. One of the big issues of the GDPR is to be effective. Effective means that it is really implemented in daily life by every actor who are concerned by its rules. And so there are many ways to implement the GDPR to ensure its effectivity. First, you may have public campaign of information. You have powers conferred to supervisory authorities, and they can also issue administrative fines. You have also the fact that some data breaches will be prosecuted. You have specific procedures established again data controllers and data processors. You may have complaints from data subject. You have the pressures from your competitors. You have code of conduct and certification, and etc. And you see that amongst all the ways to make the GDPR effective, you have code of conduct. And so, next slide, please. Code of conduct refers to the notion of self-regulation. And so, amongst the tools to reach data protection, there is always a voice for self-regulation, meaning that we allow the people in charge of processing personal data to set their own rules somehow. And that the notion of code of conduct come from this approach. And if you are looking for the formal definition of code of conduct, please don't hesitate to refer to the GDPR and especially Article 40.1. You will find guidelines from the European Data Protection Board from 2019. All the requirements to draft a code of conduct are within these guidelines somehow. You have two decisions on May 2021, two decisions on code of conduct. So we have some practical guidelines on code of conduct. The date is not correct. It is not 27, but 19 of May 2021. So that will be correct. Next slide, please. And so the purpose of a code of conduct is very specific. The code of conduct must increase the compliance with data protection rules. And when you are drafting the code of conduct and submitting the code of conduct to the supervisory authority, you must prove that the code of conduct increased the compliance with data protection. And the code of conduct must implement the GDPR rules, taking into account the specificity of your sector. It means that we have witnesses the drafting of some codes of conduct which were merely repetition of the content of the GDPR. But that is not good, because the code of conduct is very much more practical than that. It must be very specific to your sector, and it shouldn't be too broad in its scope. I will come back later on in the presentation. And the code of conduct should also increase the citizens' confidence in your data processing. So you have very specific purposes assigned to code of conduct. Next slide, please. Thank you. You have two kinds of code of conduct. The first one, if you are going to draft a national code of conduct, you will submit it to your national supervisory authority, and it will go along. And then you have what we call transnational codes of conduct. It means that the code of conduct concerns several member states, and so you have a specific procedure to be homologated as such. And for very specific codes of conduct, the European Commission may decide that your code of conduct will be applicable in the entire European Union. And so up to date, there is no such code as such. Next slide, please. Who may draft a code of conduct? That's a very strange question, but a very important one. The GDPR provides that only an association or an organization that is representative of categories of data controller or data processor may draft a code of conduct in the sense of the GDPR. And you must effectively represent the sector. I mean by that, when you are submitting the code, you must prove that you are representing your sector as such. Next slide, please. So the code of conduct must be drafted in the language of the competent supervisory authorities. And when it is a transnational code, in addition, it must be translated in English. Next slide, please. From the decision of May 2021, we have some indication on the content of a code of conduct. You must present the sector. You must prove that you have understood the needs of the sector in terms of data protection. You must identify the supervisory authority. You must define the processing activities which are concerned by the code of conduct. Next slide, please. You must specify you must determine in a very specific, effective, detailed, and precise manner the way in which you are going to implement GDPR rules. It must be the code must be transparent to its member and to data subject. It must establish monitoring procedure and monitoring bodies. Next slide, please. And you see there is a lot of things to put into the code of conduct, and you must provide appropriate safeguards to lower the risk, and etc. Next slide, please. And you see the list of the things to be into the code of conduct is endless somehow. Next slide, please. One of the thing we saw in one of the decisions, the code of conduct mentioned that one should do this, one should do that, and one of the comment of the supervisory authority is that you cannot write should or would, but always clear commitment as such. And so you see the code of conduct is quite a formal thing with a lot of items to be covered too. In the field of scientific research, we see in the literature that the code of conduct should cover some of the following items, such as the information to be imparted to data subject, the way to manage the data subject consent, the way to collect data from third parties, the way to disseminate data or to transfer data, how to publish the research results, and etc. And you see there is a lot of things that could be covered. Regarding pediatric research, of course, we have to take into account the peculiarities of pediatric research, including the notion of evolving capacities of the data subject. Next slide, please. And this point is very relevant for TEDI, I think. When the association of the organization drafting the code of conduct, this association or organization, it should consult with stakeholders, meaning that it should discuss and deliberate about the code of conduct with interest group, including representatives of data subject. And regarding pediatric research, I'm referring mainly to patients or families or children representative groups, of course. Next slide, please. You have to have a formal procedure to adhere to the code of conduct and the way to prosecute people who do not comply with the code. Next slide, please. the respect of the code of conduct must be monitored by what we call an independent monitoring body. This body may be internal or external to the association or the organization as such. Next slide, please. Next slide, please, again. The code of conduct, and that's something that is difficult to take into account, but must be complied with, is that the code of conduct must be compliant with the GDPR rules, of course, but also with what we call the additional applicable national laws. And that is especially the case when you are processing personal data related to the health of the data subject, and including children personal data, of course. Of course, when you are a member of a code of conduct, it does not presume that you are complying with all the GDPR rules as such. Next slide, please. And so, as a preliminary conclusion, drafting a code of conduct is very challenging. You must know that the possibility to draft code of conduct existed before under the Privacy Directive, but it was a complete failure as such. It took too much time, too much resources, and it never succeeded under the Privacy Directive. But we took it again in the GDPR because it is somehow an important tool for be sure that data protection is effective in very specific sectors. Regarding pediatric research, I think that some important aspect concerns information, as I said, to be imparted to the patient, to the children and their families, on the way to ensure the participation of data subject to what we call the information governance, also on the way to exercise the data subject rights, such as the access to data. You have also the issue of the incidental findings, how to process genetic data, etc., etc. And this opens the door to the most important question: how TEDI can contribute to a code of conduct in pediatric research. And with this, I will leave the floor to the audience to ask questions. And I saw there are already some.
Thanks a lot, Jean, for the very exhaustive presentation that summarized the issues and aspects to be taken into account if we want to develop a code of conduct. What I have to say that, especially for research, there are many proposals to develop a code of conduct. And all the actors that start doing this are facing difficulties in really developing in the field of research this code of conduct. Maybe right now we have some first preliminary decision of the European Data Protection Board that could guide the action in this field. The last question is a good question. Except the collaboration that we can provide and the partnership established with EUCROF, that is, as I told at the beginning, is going to develop a code of conduct for the CRO organization. The question can be how not only TEDI, but it will be a priority to develop a code of conduct for pediatric research, especially if we want to develop alternative methodologies of research, if we want to use and to develop the research with the data, or including the secondary use of data and the sharing of data. It is quite an important issue, not only for pediatric research, but also for rare diseases research. So that's why maybe there is something that we need to think about. Is there any question about this topic? Yes, Martine told that EUCROFT submitted a code of conduct for clinical research, and the CNIL, that is the French national authority, is leading the procedure. It has already been reviewed by 2 other national data protection authority. Next steps is the review of comments to be received by the European Data Protection Board. Many thanks, Martine, for providing us more details about the initiatives of EUCROFT. But what is important to underline that is that the Code of Conduct of EUCROFT is for services and activities provided by CROs in Europe. It is an important point because to really create a code of conduct and develop an authorized code of conduct, we need to really specify the scope of the code of conduct. But of course, it will be very useful for harmonized practices in research, also in the pediatric field. Any other question? No. What I can say that we need to think really about how to establish safeguard for using, reusing, and sharing pediatric data, because the situation is not clear in the GDPR, and we need to think all together which would be the best tool to foster research with the pediatric data. Yes, the EUCROFT Code of Conduct is not specific to pediatric, but would also apply to pediatric trials. Yes, of course.
Yes, that we raise the question of the specificity of the requirement regarding the specific sector to be covered by the Code of Conduct. You may have one for all research and an additional one for pediatric research.
Yes, this is effectively is not clear, but I think with the time the European Data Protection Board will provide more details about and provide his vision about how to develop this kind of tool to enhance the harmonization of practices across Europe and in a way to foster research with data. So thanks a lot, Jean. Welcome to Teddy. And right now we can move on and to the session related to the empowerment of children. And I can give the floor to Mariangela Lupo and Begonia Nafria who will talk about the training activities for rare and pediatric XR patients that Teddy are developing within the European Joint Program Rare Disease. Please, Mariangela, Begonia, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is Mariangela Lupo. Thank you so much, Anna Grazia, for introducing my presentation and from Begonia. So I would like to present the training activities that we perform in the framework of the European Joint Program Rare Diseases, which are dedicated for rare and pediatric expert patients. Okay, so the main background of the activities, so the rationale of these activities is the need to include the children in drug development programs, which have been largely recognized over the past few decades, and also stringent legal and regulatory frameworks have been established all over the world with significant, but I would say insufficient sometimes result. According to the Human Rights Instrument, children are indeed rights holders with a progressively evolving ability to make their own decisions. But children's active participation in the decision-making process is therefore needed not only in the daily clinical practice, but also in all the activities which are related to the development and testing of drugs. The young patient engagement early on in the health decision and research process is not only a children's right, but it is also a fundamental strategy that would allow to enhance the patient retention and foster treatment compliance. Patients, therefore, children and their family need to be considered as co-managers of their condition and have to participate in the decisions which are related to their health according to their capacity. They need to be informed according to their age and degree of maturity to provide the assent and express the refusal to be included or to withdraw from a treatment and or a research. It is important also to highlight that patients individually but also collectively have to play a role in improving healthcare and research procedure for all patients by contributing with their specific and personal experience. To the same, it is very important to develop adequate learning and educational tools that have to be developed and planned and carried out in appropriately manner. And all the outcomes, the impact and the process itself should be evaluated according to the values and the purposes of all the participants. I would like to underline that due to the pediatric specific developmental characteristic, it is important that specifically tailored methodology should be applied to the training and also to the empowerment process of pediatric patients. In particular, it is advisable to educate and empower children in specific tasks which are related to different, for example, therapeutic and research areas related to their condition or for which their participation is required, of course. Therefore, adapting training models, analysis, discussion of case studies, or activities like revision of assent document should be developed also with the involvement of children and young patients. So starting from these premises and considering that the training is crucial to facilitate the implementation of children's rights to participation in decisions related to their health, but also to facilitate the involvement of pediatric patients in ethically sound rare diseases research, we are working, and this task is being designed and will foresee the organization of dedicated activities which are aimed to train young patients with rare diseases. So these are the objectives of the activities that will be developed within this task. So we will, first of all, develop a training plan, educational materials on rare diseases, pediatric medicines development and clinical research, with the main goal to train young patients with in order to provide them with a common base of knowledge and specific expertise related to their own disease. So practically, we will organize workshop to train 15 expert pediatric patients, one for each year, so that we will organize 3 different workshops in order to allow pediatric patients to be an active part in all the decision-making processes which are related to the health and research. In this sense, we will try to fill an educational need by providing them with the tools of empowerment with rare chronic condition in order to design better medicine for them. And lastly, it is very important also to to increase the awareness and promote the advocacy and advisory role of pediatric patients in the rare diseases and drug development that could be achieved only by training them and get them the right expertise in order to let them raise their voices in the health and research setting. So, as said, we will organize the planning activities will include the short workshops under the coordination of TESD network in collaboration with the San Juan de Deo Research Foundation and EuroOrbis. They will be aimed to train 15 pediatric patients and will be performed in the next 3 years, so from 2021 to 2023. Patient organization, a young person advisory group in Italy, France, Spain, Albania, UK, and any other interested ones that are involved in the EJP project will participate in the process by supporting us in the dissemination of the event and of course also in the recruitment of identification of young members that will participate in these activities. The meetings will be held in the summer period in order to ensure that young patients are on vacation and they have finished with school duties. They will be held at the partner premises or in the location identified by Teddy, Eurodis, and Fondation Saint-Jean-de-Dieu, which are the partners responsible for these activities. And we will involve a lot of stakeholders like networks, European international institutions. Of course, for this, due to the pandemic situation, this first year edition will be held online, and it will also have a different sort of design and methodology because due to the fact that it will be online, we cannot keep all the young members for 3 days as it was expected in the format, but we will try to have different types of activities. But my colleague Begonia will present it in more details. So the main outcomes that we would like to achieve with these activities is, first of all, to provide young pediatric patients with rare diseases, with young rare diseases, with skills enabling them to get involved in rare diseases biomedical research. But also it is important to underline that well-prepared young patients can really have a crucial role in research. It can help researchers to develop research questions, but also to design trials, improve communication with target population, and brainstorm methods for dissemination of findings. Within the task, so we have set up a program committee that will be in charge of developing the training plan, but also to revise all the materials that will be developed for each workshop in order to also to be sure that the training contents are tailored for the young members that will be the target audience of these activities. They will be also involved in approving the panel of the proposed speakers. And since we plan to organize one new workshop for each year, of course, there will be more also in update of the training plan according to the results of the workshop survey that we will circulate at the end of each activities in order to collect feedbacks both from the participants and also to the speaker, and would allow us to adapt the training contents for the next workshop really to the needs of the patients and also to adapt them also to the expertise and the feedbacks of the patients with rare diseases and the thematic areas that we will select according to their participation. In this slide, you can see which are the members that are now included in the program committee. I am the task leader of these activities. Then there will be one representative for the three organizations that are the leader of this task, that is Teddy, and so Anna Grazia Altavilla will be the representative of the program committee for Teddy. Begonia Zafria will be the representative for the Saint-Jean-de-Dieu, and Virginie Bros-Pater will be the representative for Eurodis. Then there will be also one representative for pediatric patient organization, and we have on board Danielle Drachman that from the Ketotic Hypoglycemia International. We have also identified one representative for the C4C project with the person of Becca Leary, and one representative for entry the European Pediatric Translational Research Infrastructure in the person of Professor Adriana Ceci. We have also, so starting from the premises that we really would like to involve the young members in all the activities in order to be sure that they really are focused on their needs, and also the language is adapted to their age, chronological age, but also their maturity and their expertise. We have also decided to appoint another program committee that is that will be composed of patients with rare diseases, so only young pediatric patients, and they will be involved in all the activities related to the revision of all materials that will be developed for each workshop, as well as also in the design of the training activities. So here you can see the composition of the program committee that involves young patients coming from the 3 young person advisory group, Kids Albania and Kids Bari, that will be represented today by our kids members, and also one representative for the Kids Barcelona. And as you can see in this slide, all of them are patients with a rare disease. So now I would pass the floor to my colleague Begonia in order that she can provide some more insights on the training activities and the training plan that is now under finalization.
Thank you, Maria Angela, and good afternoon to everybody. It's my pleasure to share this presentation with Maria Angela, and I'm going to cover all the content related to the training plan. As Maria Angela has mentioned, the patients are involved in this activity from the very beginning in this committee that we just have set up. Mainly what we want to do with this training program is to provide to the young people the right skills and knowledge in the field of the rare diseases, but to involve them to improve, any activity that can be performed in research. Said this, that this year it's complicated to organize face-to-face activities, and for this reason, at least only this year, the plan is to work mainly with online webinars. The idea of the training plan is beyond to cover common content or common models such as about the orphan drugs, the ethical and the legal aspects, or the advocacy or the engagement field. We want also to cover specific areas, because you know that rare diseases is a big amount of conditions, and most of them now are part of groups, and we want to touch and cover also these specificities in the training plan. If you move to the next slide. As I have mentioned, the format for this year will be webinars. We are discussing internally about when it's the best moment to do it, because this is an international initiative, and in some cases, the school calendars are different along the countries, but we are thinking in the fall and see if it's better to do it, for example, in the afternoons or even in the weekend. For us, it's very important this close collaboration with the patients' organizations in terms to disseminate the program and involve them in the recruitment process. We want to see along the training, which is the knowledge and the achievements from the young people, and in this sense we are going to provide to them at the very beginning a very short assessment questionnaire, and see at the end which are the expectations that we have covered and probably new areas of improvement. Even this program lasts 3 years, we don't want to replicate exactly the same program. First of all, it's impossible in terms of methodology and approach, because this year it's very atypical. But what we want to do in every edition is to learn and adjust and improve in terms to cover the specificities to train young people, because it's very different than when we train adults. And in this sense, we are thinking in a very, very interactive methodology that can help us to engage the young people using the virtual methods. Probably we will have common activities, but what we want to do is emphasize the importance to work in very small groups and discuss and build solutions, mainly working from real case scenarios, as Maria Angela have mentioned. Next slide. Regarding the training plan, as I have mentioned, we are thinking in this virtual format, probably 3 days of the course instead, full 2 days. That was the initial idea. The role of the young people from the committee is essential for us in terms to finally shape the content and the activities. And also from the pedagogical point of view, we want to have on board the right experts to touch any content of this training program. We are going to have obviously pediatricians or investigators, but also for us it's very important the experience of the patients when they are involved in research. And in this sense, we have the idea to involve psychologists, also the patients representative from the different organizations, the facilitators from the young persons advisory groups, because we want not to enroll these young people from the training in different initiatives to continue obviously working in the field of advocacy and involving them in future activities and other kind of experts. The idea is to build a very diverse program and to have on board the right experts to cover any of the contents. Next slide. And regarding the draft of the training plan that we have at this moment on the table for our discussion, obviously it's important for us to introduce the European Joint Program of Rare Diseases, because this training program belongs to the pillar number 3, that it's fully dedicated to training and empowerment of young people. It's very important because these 15 young people, students of this training program, they don't or are not going to know the other people to have on board icebreaker activities. And I have mentioned we are going to cover common and specific contents. We want to update them about what are the rare diseases characteristics and the last updates regarding research, which is the role of the pediatric patients, because they need to know that for us it's very important, this training, because we want to enroll them in future activities of engagement and involvement of patients. Explain to them that there is a specific regulation to develop research initiatives in the field of rare diseases, that it's the orphan drug regulation. Work, as I have mentioned, with real case studies that can simulate situations of future activities in which they can be involved, and obviously touch the topic about the data protection and any other specific areas in which is essential the contribution of the patients. Next slide. And as Mariangela have mentioned, this content for the training, it's prepared by Teddy and Fundació Sant Joan de Déu. We are going to involve the different young persons advisory groups members that are part of the committee that we have set up. We have also a close collaboration and commitment from Eurordis, that they have a lot of expertise creating this kind of activities. All the outcomes about the training will be published in a training package format in the European Joint Program Rare Diseases Project website. And obviously our aim is to learn and improve and work in the future editions that in this program are included 2 additional ones beyond this atypical and virtual that we expect will be the last, the first and the last, and the second and the third we expect that will be in a face-to-face format. And this is all from my part. I don't know if there are questions or comments.
Many thanks to both for the presentation about the activities we are developing for the empowerment of pediatric patients in rare disease. The work is in progress, and right now we need to really develop case studies and some training activities with the specific, as you underlined, with the specific and methodology to make patients interested in knowing more about the different aspects of research. Is there any questions from? No question. So since we are late, thanks again. We will give the floor to the representative of Kids Bari and Kids Albania, who will present the game they have developed. So Valeria and Fiona, you have the floor, please.
Okay, so today we are presenting the first Kids Bari and Kids Albania series game, My Clinical Trial Center. But first, let's explain who Kids by Kids Albania are and what they do. They are the first YPHs with YPHs groups, one person voices groups, created in Albania and in Italy in 2017, and they 2017, and this group is a group composed by members by patients, by pediatric patients and their peers that all together make ideas for help children and their families. Then YPHs groups are different in the world, and all together make constitute ICAN, the International Children Advisory Network, and all together they collaborate with pediatric hospital and scientific committees to help churches to design the clinical trials and to improve to improve the research for the children and their family also. Then I pass the voice to Fiona.
Thank you. Can we go to the sixth slide? Okay, so medicine is a wide and difficult field, and explaining different concepts to children can be a challenge. So one way to make learning fun and easier for children is through games. And as said by Valeria, the video game you are presenting is My Clinical Trial Center. My Clinical Trial Center is a serious game based on a hospital and created to explain to children what clinical trials are, how they work, and why they are important. Next slide, please. In comparison with normal games, serious games are digital games with educational purposes, which create effective and fun learning experiences. Next slide. Throughout the game levels, there are different simplified concepts explained, and those informations include what a clinical trial is, the clinical trial protocol, who can take part in clinical trials, informed consent and assent in children, what happens during the clinical trial, the pharmacy and investigational medicine, data collection, pharmacovigilance, and the end of the clinical trial. Next slide. The gameplay is very easy. After children enter the game, they meet with two main characters, a child and a doctor. The child will make the introduction of the features and follow throughout the journey. On the other hand, the doctor will provide with all the knowledge on different aspects of clinical trial. Information given by the characters can be heard and read too. Next slide. In the end of every level, children have to face a test about knowledge they got. This is done through mini games such as true or false and multiple choice. The level can be passed only if the questions are answered, and the more correct answers they get, the more coins children accumulate, resulting in score increase. Valeria.
Okay, so for the next slide, we spoke about right and wrong answer. In fact, when you answer the game's question, you can get right or wrong answer. When you can get right answer, you can get excellent or great. Instead, when you can get wrong, you will get try again, or you can do better. Next one. Okay, so when all levels are passed, you'll be able to access the 10th and the last level, an arcade type game, where you learn some money. Next one, please. Once you finish the last level, you can start the game. And anytime you close the app, you'll be able to start where you stopped or choose to reset the game. In fact, when you finish the last level, you can choose to restart the game, restart the level, or restart all the levels. Next one. Then we talk about the game. This game is now available in English, and it has been developed for Android and iOS operating systems. It will be available in Italian and Albanian, and also on the Play Store and Apple Store. And finally, we asked Hero for developing the game. Hero is an innovative startup that develops intelligence tools like social robots for the treatment of children with autism spectrum disorder. Then I pass to Fiona for the last slide.
Okay, so can we go to the 16th slide? Okay, the next one. No, the one after this. Okay, so there are many steps into the journey of making this game possible, but I'm going to go through only a few of them. So firstly, along with the developers, we had discussions about the game structure and its colors. Structure meaning how would the learning journey look like, where would it take place, and what would represent the levels. Next slide. Then it was time to decide about the level pass criteria, scoring, saving levels, game control, and saving games. The level pass criteria would be the correct question answering for 2 or more questions. Scoring is based on how many correct answers the children get, and the more correct answers, the higher is the score. One important part of the game is also the saving of it. There are some games that don't apply this feature, but in MyCTC, this feature is included, and every time the child decides to close the game and then later reopen it, they have the opportunity to continue where they left. Last but not least is the decision about game control. For most part of the game, children will only have to tap on the screen to continue or choose the answers. The part where it differs is the arcade game part, where kids will have to swipe or keep swiping in the direction they want the characters to go. Next slide.
It seems that we cannot.
Fiona,
Okay, now you're again. So we did not listen to you for a few seconds.
So we wait, Fiona.
I finish instead Fiona because she said to me that her internet connection is lost.
Ah, okay.
So the game contents were written by the medical writers of CBF. They were revised by us so Kids by Kids Albania to make sure they were stable for children and young people. And we also suggested inserting into the game a glossary for a better explaining for some words, some concepts that can be difficult to understand. Next one, please. Okay, last but not least, we had the testing phase. Once the first video game versions was developed, we all played for correct errors of bugs and improve some aspects like some sound effects or mainly a test highly legible. And but we decided to leave the game total comprehensible, also without sound effects. And the next one, that is the last. For this game has received the ICANN seal of approval, and and now it's time to play and learn. It's like a motto because we choose this. I and Fiona chose this sentence because for this game it's not only playing but only learn because this game give a child what the clinical trial means and what the clinical trial do. And that's all.
Many thanks, Valeria and Fiona, not only for the presentation, but most of all for the work done to develop this serious game. And I hope that it could be a very useful tool for children like you to learn more about clinical trials. Is there any question for Fiona and Valeria? No. Okay, so maybe we can go on with the last internal part of the meeting and the presentation of Donato on financial aspect and on with the discussion of the next step and next activities to be developed within TEDI if there is any proposal. So Donato, are you there?
Emilia, sure. Thanks a lot, Anna Grazia. It's really nice speak after Fiona and Valeria. I would like to thank them again for their great contribution to the TEDI activities and success. All the kids groups are really working with TEDI since several years and participating to the public meeting in a wonderful way. So I will have a very quick presentation, not a presentation, just to provide you with a quick overview of the TEDI network administrative situation, as this is a general assembly, so we have also to approve our annual financial statement and the budget for the next year, and also the membership fee. So the network started in 2005 as an FP6 project coordinated by CVBF and involving several research institutions from all over Europe, and also some neighboring countries, like, for example, Israel. The funded period ended in 2010, yes, 11 years ago, but TEDI never stopped its activities, growing up to over 50 members from more than 20 countries. That are working on a voluntary basis. I mean, it's not a founded network, but it also became an autonomous legal entity in July 2017 and started participating in European funded projects. So in EPTRI since January 2018 and AJPRD since January 2019. Leading also some specific tasks in the networking and training activities that are particularly relevant in the two projects. The current board of directors is chaired by Anna Grazia Altavilla from Espace Éthique Méditerranée, Aix-Marseille University, and composed also by myself, so I'm in charge of administrative issues, from CVBF, Adriana Ceci from Gianni Benzi Pharmacological Research Foundation, Evelyn Jacques-Gren from Assistance Publique Hôpitaux de Paris, Robert Debré Hôpitaux, Rostislav Marushko from the State University Institute of Pediatrics, Obstetrics and Gynecology in Ukraine, Oscar Della Pasqua from the University College of London, and Saskia de Wild from Redwood University Medical Center. If I'm not wrong, we are in charge since more than 1 year, so we are in the middle of our mandate. The 2020 financial statement was characterized by a positive balance of around 2,000 euros after covering the total costs that were around 61,000 euros based on just one employee and a few more expenses, while the main incomes are from the participation in the two aforementioned projects. So the European Pediatric Translational Research Infrastructure, which was just ended, and the European Joint Programme on Rare Diseases, which will continue up to the end of 2023. The budget for the current year is aimed to quite exactly replicate the 2020 result, with a very slight increase of both incomes and expenses. And finally, we have also to approve the membership annual fee. And my proposal is to confirm the 50 euros fee for all the categories of members, while the supporting institutions are of course allowed to make higher freely contributions. And I have also to remember that we decided not to ask for the fee during the 2020. So please, I just kindly ask you to express your approval to the TEDI 2020 financial statement with a positive result of 1,802 euros, the 2021 budget with expenses for 70,000 and a positive result of 2,000, and a membership fee of 50 euros for the years 2021. Of course, everybody can propose a different fee or ask for clarifications on any of the expenses of the few information I provided. Otherwise, I will give again the floor to the chair, Anna Grazia, for this decision and also for to end the meeting. I think it's late, but maybe someone would also like to add anything else with some proposals for future activities and anything else. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Donato. Personally, I agree on that, but if somebody can provide his opinion or dissent about this, please do it. No comments. I'll take also the occasion. Meanwhile, if somebody else can talk, I would like to express my gratitude really to the TEDI members that work hard for TEDI, and I would like to thank all the speakers also for the very interesting, comprehensive presentation that summarize not only TEDI activities carried out during last year, that, as you know, it was quite a difficult year for everybody. But this presentation and the work done could provide us also with ideas for the next activities to be developed to be developed within TEDI for the next year. So if you have any comments, any ideas to be discussed. I know that is quite
not now, Anna Grazia, but if we can ask everybody to send us ideas, suggestions, indicate the window for improvement, and to conclude this meeting that has been very rich and positive under my point of view. So everybody is invited to send a contribution.
Yes, of course. Always we will wait for contribution and idea to be discussed with you. So many thanks really to everybody for being with us here until so late, and keep in touch for the next adventure.
And good night to Madeleine, that is quite late in Australia.
Okay.
Yes, especially late here. Well, not too bad, 10 p.m.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks a lot to everybody, really, and keep in touch. Have
Bye-bye.
a nice day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, everybody.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye bye.